Alright, I think I should be good to go. So hopefully this is working. Just need to make sure. So, if you are watching this in the future, as usual, as people trickle in here, I always like to start the stream off by giving some quick information, right? Because, you know, people are still getting in here, and, you know, for anyone watching the VOD in the future, or for people tuning in later and then, you know, rewinding back to the start, which is one cool thing you can do in YouTube streams, this is a bonus stream. So I'm starting this like almost 2 hours late, which honestly isn't terrible, all things considered. And I don't really think it's too bad, because, like I said, this is not a normal streaming day. So if you're watching this in the future, it is currently a Friday. And I am going to be streaming again on Saturday and Sunday. And now, one of the nice things is, so I know, I joked last night in my Discord that, I was getting started on time. And, like, that wasn't bullshit, right? Like, one thing is, this is the character that I have. Obviously, as the title implies, we're going to be doing this in the PTR. So this is actually live servers, and I've already moved the character over to the PTR. I've gotten it set up. And the run is, like, already good to go set up. The only thing I need to do is pick my talents. One thing that I've done a little bit differently compared to, like, previous Evoker speedruns is a lot of times I'll just kind of send it from the Forbidden Reach. But, I mean, the main thing that I'm trying to test in this run is specifically the 60 to 70 leveling process. You don't need to see me do another Evoker starting zone thing, which is kind of boring, especially there's not really much to optimize there. So I just went ahead and on my own time before the stream, I just knocked out the starting zone. So we're going to be jumping right into the 60 to 70 process, and we're going to see how Dream Surges impact it. The reason I wanted to use Devastation is because I actually haven't shown Devastation before. We did an augmentation run, and I did a partial Devastation run during the beta, and never finished it. So this is like the first actual Devastation speedrun. Cheeky said we will be there. Awesome. Hello, Shieldstorm. Yep, bonus. And Trevlik people said, fuck yeah, let's go. Awesome. Bear in mind, I'm still partially waking up, partially having coffee. I did not get a ton of sleep, which is partially why the stream started late, even though I did get a lot of stuff set up. In fact, I can show generally what I've gotten set up. I've spent a lot of time finally doing organization and stuff beforehand. But yeah, so I stayed up fairly late getting all these things set up. One of the nice things, though, is I did a lot of work that's going to help me for the weekend streams as well. Worship the Dark Lord coffee? Yeah, for sure. Cheeky said, Fury Warrior run would be so sick. You plan to level a Fury Warrior soon? Awesome. Yeah, Fury Warrior is one of those that, like, has been highly requested for a while. Just never really got around to it. Because I think it was one of those things where I've played Warrior before. And I've done, like, Protection Warrior runs because, I play Prot. One of those, like, for whatever reason, part of my tongue hurts. I don't know why. And it only just started right after I started the stream. Of course, perfect timing. But, yeah, I've done a bunch of Prot runs. So, Fury Warrior was always requested, but a lot of times it would lose out to stuff like, Mage or Priest or Warlock, which I never ran in general. But, now we've gotten through a lot of those, like, long requested runs, and now that there's not, like, a ton left over, Fury Warrior definitely, finally has its chance. Now, I will say, obviously, right now, so I have the poll pinned on the stream. If you can't see the poll, either refresh the stream, and it should be there, or you can just check my channel, and it should be in the community tab, as usual. But the poll right now, we're actually down to 4 specs. So, there's only these 4 specs left to do full 10 to 60 testing runs. Once I'm done with all of these testing runs, we will kind of slow down a bit on, all of the regular leveling speedruns. Kind of like I've said before, a lot of what I've been doing with all the testing runs is initially was to help update the guide. At this point, the guide is completely updated. I don't know if I mentioned that last weekend. Actually, I wouldn't have mentioned that last weekend because I think all my changes were this past Monday. But the guide has been fully updated for 10 to 60. So all of the changes for the 10 to 60 stuff, the only difference is, technically speaking, when Blizzard eventually fixes it, Chromie time zones, obviously I'm not in Chromie time this character, so it's pointless, but these zones are supposed to scale up to 61 with the new changes. They currently don't. They currently still only scale to 60. It's bugged. It's a very minor change, and honestly, the zone scaling to 61 doesn't impact the low-level routing as much, because there's not really going to be anything you do differently. You are just going to follow along with my standard route for longer than you normally would. What that more changes is how you're going to eventually then do Dragonflight, 60 to 70, etc. So that will be like another mini update, but it doesn't impact that much. We've kind of gotten all that testing done. At this point, all the testing I'm doing from here on is purely for testing different specs so I can eventually make a tier list, and we're getting close. So all that to say, the poll right now, it is Balance Druid, Fury Warrior, Sub Rogue, and Destruction Warlock. These are the final 4 10 to 60 speedruns I'll be doing for now. So obviously in the future I will continue doing more 10 to 60 speedruns. Like, it's not like that will just stop. But like, we've been doing a ton right now. And it's for that reason. It's just because I want to get all the testing out of the way so then I can focus on more important things, right? So one thing I've said is eventually, obviously Classic Hardcore is coming soon. That's going to be something I'll be playing a lot. But then eventually I'm going to be doing a decent amount of Wrath Classic leveling. And I've said before, I want to try to develop a guide for that. I want to first start doing speedruns for that, and that's obviously going to take time and practice. But yeah, right now, Fury Warrior's in lead, Sub Rogue is close behind. We will get them all done eventually. I should note, I did take Beast Mastery Hunter off the poll. Beast Mastery Hunter was like dead last for multiple polls in a row. And to be honest, I've done 2 Hunter runs recently, so I'm just going to do Beast Mastery in a 40 to 60 run, because those, I think, have been very good for testing similar specs, right? Because Beast Mastery is going to play very similar to MM or even Survival at a low level, and then, it's going to be more unique as you get to higher levels. So I think 40 to 60 just works better, especially considering it just was not getting voted for in this 10 to 60 poll format. So just took it off, moved it to the other one. The Iro Knight, did I say that right? Said, "Hey there, found you recently and you've been loving the stream VODs. Awesome. Glad to hear it. My main is Prot Warrior, but you don't want to half-ass Prot and Fury. You'd rather have 2 characters. I mean, fair enough. I would say, like, there's nothing wrong with playing multiple specs on one character, but, a lot of people like to have one character for every single spec they play, and that totally works." Kung Fu Carl said, "Gaming, Boomkin Nation." Yeah. We'll do a Boomkin run eventually. I mean, it's on the list, like I said. Boomkin is one of those weird ones. It's kind of like Feral, where it's a druid, right? So druids are obviously good, but like, if you decide to level Boomkin, you're playing the same class that has access to what is quite literally the best leveling spec in the game, that being Guardian. So it's like, if you are choosing to play Boomkin, you are just almost certainly doing it because you really, really, really love Boomkin, and you don't mind the fact that it will be slower. But the question that I want to answer with that run, of course, is how much slower is Boomkin when compared to Guardian? So I think after testing Feral, we found that Feral is definitely still slower than Guardian, but it wasn't that bad. Like, Feral actually has a decent amount going for it. I don't really know if that'll be the case with Boomkin. I don't think Boomkin's terrible, right? Once again, you are still playing Druid, but Boomkin definitely doesn't have the same tools in terms of, like, leveling efficiency that Guardian and Feral has access to. So I am kind of curious to see how it'll play out, because I really have never... I've played Boomkin in the past, but I've never leveled as a Boomkin, because every single time I've ever leveled a Druid, I've always just played Guardian, because, right, it's a no-brainer. So that should be interesting. I should also note, once again, just, anyone familiar with the streams probably knows this, right? But in case you're new to the streams or you're just tuning in, as always, the first few minutes or so, first 30, 45 minutes, regardless of prep that I've done, we are just going to be kind of waiting for people to trickle in. I can respond to chat, because usually a lot of stuff in chat really early on, and I like to read everything and respond to it. And it also gives people time to get here before I start the run. A lot of times it works out well because I'll be doing like preparation and setup ahead of time. As I've said, I've already done all of that. The Evoker run is already good to go. I can start it whenever I want. I just want to still give people a chance. The only thing I still need to do is when I will hop over, I will be picking my talents, which I generally know what the good Devastation talents are, but I will be double checking it just to make sure. Because it's been... I haven't actually leveled the Devastation Evoker since pre-10.1. I've played mine past 10.1 a little bit, but basically I know what the good talents are. I don't really know what has changed in terms of like what you want to run. So we'll take a look at that. We'll figure it out. But the reason I'm on this character is I'll show in a little bit. I did a shit ton of preparation last night for not only this stream, but the ones tomorrow and Sunday. So even though this stream ended up starting around 2 hours late, I've gotten an insane amount of prep work done for the other two. And ideally, I shouldn't be starting those late. I have, like, almost everything already set up. The solution to all of life's problems, cats and coffee. Yeah, I could not agree with that statement more. Absolutely. Currently leveling a Shadow Priest, you're going to do Dungeons as Disc until 30 and then spec into Shadow into the normal route. Yeah, personally, I like doing Holy. I think Holy Priest is just really, really good for low-level dungeons, but Disc is, like, very strong as well. Definitely a good option. Stream on a Friday. Is it your birthday already? Yeah. So, obviously, yes, bonus stream, right? Nothing has changed about next weekend. This is effectively a makeup stream because last Saturday I didn't stream. So last weekend we only had one stream, bonus stream now. I'm also trying to get into the habit, right, of, like, making it clear that I will be streaming, like, on weekdays in the future. As I've said before, weekends are almost certainly going to have streams. Some days I'll stream during the week, pending schedule stuff. So initially I wasn't sure if I'd be doing Thursday or Friday. We did end up, in Raid, re-clearing on Wednesday night. It took the entirety of Tuesday and Wednesday, but we did finish it. So if I wanted to, I could have streamed yesterday. But I just played it safe. The moment we didn't re-clear on Tuesday, I just said, okay, streams on Friday, right? Very safe. Also, for classic rating, I'm in the roster for Saturday. So that means that I'm not as, like, on a time crunch tonight to get, like, everything done. So, a bit more flexible. Had time to do the stream today. I will say it's probably going to be a little bit of a shorter stream. I don't know if I'll be doing a ton of classic hardcore after. Maybe a little bit, but not like the usual 8-hour long stream or anything like that. Partially because, you know, I'm a little bit tired today. Like I said, I'm starting late, and of course we have 2 more streams this weekend. But also, there's poker with my guild tonight, and I want to make sure the stream doesn't run over into that. So, nothing super long, but we'll be getting the run done, probably doing a little bit of classic hardcore after. I think 5-6 hours is like a reasonable time. Destruction Nation slow run, that's what we want. See, I don't know if Destruction's going to be that bad. Obviously, Affliction, when I tested it, ended up being pretty good. I was definitely very surprised by Affliction's performance. But Destruction, I feel, isn't going to be as terrible as, like, a lot of people make it out to be. Because from, like, what little I know about Destruction, right? It has decent AoE. And, like, Warlock in general has solid survivability. Obviously, it is a caster, so, you know, it's going to struggle a little bit there. But Destruction definitely has strong AoE, fairly decent single target. So, I don't think it's going to be, like, abysmal. Demonology is one that, obviously, we'll eventually test Demonology. It's going to be a 40 to 60 run whenever we get around to that. Demo, I think, struggles a little bit more in, like, a leveling context because it has very, like, ramp and it's like dot and pet based stuff, and your pets kind of like are mini buffs, right? You have to summon them and then they deal damage. I know Demo has like some weird gimmicks, but I think that general playstyle, at least for the way that leveling tends to work, might be a little bit tricky. Admittedly, Demo is like one of my least played specs overall. Like whenever I did play Warlock very, very briefly, it was either Affliction or Destruction, so I know about both of those a little bit. Demonology I've never actually played, like, once, ever. Unless you count old Demonology back when, like, they had metamorphosis and shit. They were basically mini demon hunters. But that was effectively a completely different playstyle. So since Legion, which is when they got their massive overhaul, I have not touched them. So that actually should be interesting. I feel like they might struggle a little bit for leveling. Don't know for sure. Destruction, I don't think so. But admittedly, not a Warlock expert. So maybe Destruction really struggles. We will see, though. Devoker got something cool coming next patch, or is this more a general testing run? Yeah, Devoker doesn't have anything special. This is general testing for two reasons. One, like I said before, I've never actually done a Devoker speedrun. I tried to do one prior to Dragonflight starting, and that was actually... The Devoker speedrun was one of the very few streams that I've actually just cut short, like ended midway through. I've almost never done that. I really hate doing that, but when I did my Devoker speedrun in the Dragonflight beta, first of all, I got a little bit tilted because Devoker with really, really, really bad gear, which is kind of, we didn't have heirlooms at the time, didn't really have crafted gear in the beta, so I was effectively doing it with entry-level greens. Devoker is a bit rough, or at least it was, just because Devoker is very bursty, and if you have absolutely dogshit gear and you can't kill things within your burst window, you really struggle. So I actually, at the time, found that it was better for me to level as Preservation and have, like, long, grindy fights where I could keep myself alive, compared to Devoker, where I would burst the enemies down to 20%, then completely run out of gas, and then just have to kite. And that was just not fun at all. That said, when Devoker has gear, from what I found, they actually are quite good. So I think this run will be fairly solid. Admittedly, also at the time, when I streamed my Devoker speedrun back in the Dragonflight beta, that was my first time ever playing Evoker. So I streamed a speedrun, first time ever playing Evoker at the same time. Didn't really necessarily go too well. I was trying to figure out the basics while I was doing the run. Since that point, I have played Devastation Evoker, I don't want to say a ton, but I've played it enough to understand how it works. To understand the general rotation, to understand, like, how empower spells work. Like, one thing that I remember I was still doing back when I did that run is I was still charging up empowered spells to their maximum level. And one thing that I've obviously since learned, and I'm sure any Evoker player knows, is you don't actually want to do that in a lot of cases. A lot of times, like Fire Breath, you just want to let it rip on rank 1 Fire Breath. And then, for single target, you can just let rank 1 Eternity Surge rip, and you want to save things like, tip the scales on Eternity Surge for large AoE pulls or things like that. Basically, now that I know when I should be actually empowering and when I can kite and do more like instant cast burst stuff, like kiting with Pyre, much better to play, for sure. Was the Devastation Evoker run in beta when you murdered the ducks in Onaran Plains? Dude, I murdered the ducks in, like, way too many speedruns before someone finally pointed out that I could pluck the feathers instead of killing the ducks. That happened. I am still embarrassed at how long it took me to figure out that you aren't supposed to kill the ducks, man. I did so many runs fucking that up until I realized that someone in chat pointed it out, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. Glad I at least figured that out before Dragonflight launched. But no, the main reason the Devastation Evoker run went so poorly when I did it back then is that was when I was struggling with the memory leak. Yeah, you can pluck the feathers. You don't actually need to kill the ducks in Onaran Plains. It's actually faster. But yeah, I first started getting the memory leak back during the Devastation Evoker stream, and I had no idea what was causing it. So that was when I had multiple streams where, like, midway through, I would just, like, lose my audio and stuff, and the stream would start lagging because of the memory leak, and before I understood why, it was just a massive pain, because it felt like, it was just happening randomly, I didn't know how to solve it. So, yeah, that ended up causing me to end the stream early, in addition to, like, tilt and just technical difficulties and stuff like that. One of the very, very, very few streams ever that I've ended early, and I've actually just taken that one down. That is also because it ended early, and I was just kind of not having a great time the entire way through. It is one of the few streams that, like, I've just set to private. It's not on any of the playlists. But yeah, so to answer Fair Slot's question, I guess in full, No, it's not getting anything special, but I did want to test Devastation Evoker at some point. But the main reason we're doing this is actually the PTR. So you can see the title says it's on the 10.1.7 PTR. There are new leveling changes coming in 10.1.7. It feels like every patch these days they had like a bunch of mini leveling changes. And to be completely honest, I'm not necessarily thrilled about that. Like, I'll probably rant about that more later, but I'm glad that they're trying to help out leveling, but the problem that I have with the way Blizzard is doing this stuff is there's still, like, fundamental things in leveling that are broken. And, like, you know, as we've talked about, of course, you have, I got pinged, so I was trying to see. You have, like, fundamental things in 10.1.5 that aren't working properly. And instead of fixing that... Wait, whoa, look at this. Look at this. Hold on. I need to click. Look at trade chat. So, Envious is advertising for Mythic Avarice, and Blazon posts in trade. No way you guys can sell Mythic Serp. Blazon, no. Oh, Blazon. Fucking just random Blazon encounter out in the wild. I had to show that because that's so fucking great. Anyways, so what is going on? There's like so much noise outside my room right now. I hear my dog like just barking. I don't know if that's picking up on the mic. Anyways, yeah, so I don't love how Sucka Mode Whisper B. I'm guessing Sucka Mode's watching the stream. Hello. Don't look at what Blazon says. Not even he knows what he's saying. Yeah. I just thought that was funny. But yeah, so what's it called? What was I saying? One thing I dislike about the way Blizzard's been doing the leveling changes is instead of fixing core issues like that, they keep adding these little like leveling improvements, very minor things, like the whole time walking experience potion. I don't know if you guys have seen that post. Go check Wowhead if you haven't already. They wrote like a little post about like the new time walking XP buff, and it's the most convoluted implementation you could possibly make. It's like a 2% buff that stacks up to 10 times, and then when it hits 10 stacks, you get a 30% buff, and it gets extended and stacked by doing time-walking dungeons, but the buff itself applies to everything, not just time-walking dungeons. Like, why? You know, I'm fine with, like, you know, okay, you want to add a new XP pot, sure, but this one has, like, a variable XP gain that you have to stack up with one form of content, but works in all forms of content. Like, why not just make it a 20% flat XP buff, or just make it only work in time-walking dungeons? The fact that now it's like, okay, well, now I need to figure out, like, is it worth doing 10 time-walking dungeons to drag it into other stuff? And, like, I get it, right? This doesn't apply to most people. Most people are just going to YOLO do, like, whatever time-walking dungeons they want and use the XP buff, and, you know, it won't affect them. But, like, as somebody who cares about optimizing leveling and speed leveling and stuff, it's an additional headache that I don't want to have to fucking worry about, right? So, don't love that. I don't love that there's all these, like, minor XP modifiers. And as we will get into throughout this run, the new dream searches they're adding, they're good for leveling, but they are good for leveling in the most, like, frustrating, annoying, random way possible. So, it's one of those things where, for, like, the average player, they're probably going to be happy with it, because they get, like, bonus experience, right? You get 25 to 75%, increased XP. And if you're not really thinking about it much, cool, you know, extra experience. What's not to like? If you are like me and you're trying to optimize things, it is just such a fucking RNG nightmare headache of optimization. But that is like one of the main points of this particular run, so we will of course get into that as we go. Anyways, the reason you don't want to level Feral even though you love Capform is because Feral had survivability problems. Yeah, it absolutely does. Finally made it to a stream. Love all your videos. They're helping you out a ton with all the changes. Haven't really played since Legion. Awesome. Glad to hear it's been helping. Ben Morgan said, ahoy, my first stream watched pretty much most of your speedruns. Awesome. I'm glad you can make it to the streams. Kung Fu Carl said, unfortunately, you've pretty much one-tricked a Boomy since Wrath. I mean, I know a lot of people who absolutely love Boomy and have one-tricked it for a long time, so yeah. A lot of really big Boomkin fans, generally. Tape Kid said, your content is great, one of the best WoW content creators out there. Awesome. I am glad you think so. I really appreciate that. It took you till level 24 to find out Penance is castable while moving. Yeah, that is one of the best parts about Penance, for sure. You main Demo Lock for a while. It does take a hot minute to ramp and get all your demons out. Yeah. There's a spot in Burning Steps where Destro can clear a dungeon's worth of XP from killing 3 big packs instantly. It's crazy seeing level 30 doing more than 10k DPS burst. Yeah, that's one thing about Destro I've definitely heard. It has really good AoE burst. And I think any, like... How is Blazon? Dude, come on, Blazon. What are you doing? Can you maybe remove the Hall of Fame link? It's sort of misleading because you can't sell it. Like, why? Blazon, why? Just stop. No. Why can't I even see Blazon, though? Like, I thought Ghost Gaming was on Tacondrius, and this character's on Mal'Ganis. So, unless Trade Chat is cross-server or Ghost Gaming swapped servers to Mal'Ganis, then I don't know why I'm even able to read Blazon in general chat. Yeah. J Sim said, good luck, friend. Thank you. James Hagee said, hope all's well, brother. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, everything is pretty good. Let's see. Matthew said, I ended a stream early in pure rage after your potato PC made you wait 10 minutes to log into Legion. Oof. I mean, hey, I had to wait around 2 to 3 hours to log into Dragonflight on launch, and it completely fucked over my launch day livestream. That was another case where I, technically speaking, ended the stream early, but, I mean, I wasn't even able to play the game on Dragonflight launch. That one was especially tilting, because Dragonflight launch, I had, like, a whole thing planned out, right? Like, I said before I was going to do a 24-hour live stream, so considering I had planned so heavily for that live stream, only to have it completely fucked over by Blizzard shitty servers, that one really stung. In fact, in future expansions, I will probably do my leveling on a very dead server just to avoid that issue, right? Because I've never cared before about leveling on a dead server for, like, you know, less competition or whatever so I can get a faster time. That much I don't give a shit about. But when it impacted my stream and completely fucked over my launch day plans, that's where I kind of draw the line, and I don't trust Blizzard to fix it, so I'm just going to, like, on the launch day of whatever the next expansion is, transfer a character to a dead server, level there. Once everything's died down, I transfer back to, you know, Mal'Ganis, so it's currently the plan, at least. Who's Blazon? Blazon is a character. If you don't know who Blazon is, I'm not going to sit here and explain the whole lore behind him. But, you know, he runs a guild called Ghost Gaming, which... Ghost Gaming special. Maybe you can start with 5 stacks of the pots. I don't really think that's how it works. Reading the article, it seems so needlessly convoluted. Yeah. Wait, oh, you're Haggles. Oh, shit! Dude, hey, Haggles, how you doing? Unfortunately, so... Obviously, I'm not going to go into all the details, right? But in case you haven't noticed, you may have noticed, I actually did leave OE, Haggles. Some stuff there, I've talked about that before. But that's really cool to see you stopping by the stream. Definitely, you know, despite whatever issues I may have with, like, you know, the leadership and OE, one of my favorite parts about raiding there was, like, all of the people within the guilds. I loved pretty much every single person on the raid team, and I'm obviously still friends with, you know, I would say almost everybody on the raid team, even after leaving the guild. So I had a lot of fun raiding there, especially with you, so good to see you. Dragonflight release special Hearthstone stream? Yeah. Honestly, like, I kind of had fun playing Hearthstone on stream, but the fact that I had to do that was definitely not what I was planning for that day, that was for sure. Infinix said, how am I doing? I'm doing good. Hope you are as well, Infinix. Okay, now that I've caught up on chat, so the main reason we can start getting somewhat ready, it's been about 30 minutes, right? So I'll quickly run through some of the prep that I did. So one thing is, this is my bank alt. and my bags are actually really clean for once. It doesn't look like a bomb went off in my bank alt's inventory. And I've done like a lot of organization. So obviously this first tab is like a complete mess, right? But this is all general consumables that I have at points used in the speedrun, and then I just don't really anymore right now for whatever reason. There's thermal anvil there, which technically I use this as just backup. But then I've kind of kept everything neat and tidy. I have my Darkmoon Fair quest items. Here I have like general leveling consumables, food, potions, etc. Some of these are on still random alts that I leveled. Then over here, a few more. Here are my scrolls. I have some gems left over. These are all like the mobility things, like gun shoes, gliders, XA 1000, shimmer scale, swim speed potion. All of my augment runes. I have here. This is like, I guess I would consider it to be good crafted gear. So a lot of these have sockets or tertiaries. There's also one item in particular. Let me see if I can find it. There was an item that I managed to find on the auction house. This one. Yeah, look at this thing. This is a double mastery with leech with a socket BOE pair of gloves. So, unfortunately, a lot of the best leather specs, the ones that I usually play, like Druid and Monk, I actually wouldn't want this because mastery generally isn't super amazing. But imagine if I ever do a speedrun on a leather wearer that likes mastery. I don't really know what that would be, but this is like such a disgustingly rare BOE. Like rolling double stats and tertiary and socket. And this was like literally 50 gold. Like somebody just threw this up for absolutely nothing. I mean, something that rare, I was definitely happy to pick up. I also did a little bit of LFR Oldir. I picked up 2 of these items. I don't know if I'll use them in the future. Technically speaking, I think if I wanted to, it would be better to farm the mythic version. But these are still better than like greens, assuming the greens don't have sockets in them. And then I have like generic greens here. So these are all like BOEs either from Nax or like Dragonflight or something that have no tertiaries, no sockets, etc. So these are the ones that I can kind of use for throwaway speedruns that I'm not really super concerned about the time or whatever. Just like, you know, relatively chill stuff. But yeah, so I've gotten all of this organized. This is like, you know, I spent a lot of time getting everything into nice, like neat and tidy categories. And of course, sorting everything across different characters into one. So now whenever I do a speedrun, right, I can just go onto this character and quickly pull out all of the items I need. And I'll do like a bit of additional sorting on some of my alts in the future. But I also went to my other bank alt, which is this druid. This one, you've probably seen me use to prepare speedruns in the past. And this guy, I now use to store all of my heirlooms. So I've kept it all like separate. This is all the BOA tokens. So there's no real use at the moment for things like the timeless leather stuff or, you know, the unsullied items. I experimented with this around Shadowlands. Like, I think 1 or 2 pieces I use these tokens for. These days, they don't really scale well, but I'm still holding on to them just in case, like, in the future, maybe I need to start using these tokens. Then I have multiple bags worth of the Forbidden Reach tokens, because, you know, I still have those. I don't know if I'll ever need these in the future, but if I do, I obviously want to keep them stockpiled somewhere. And then I have all my heirlooms, so this is the bag for weapons, this is the bag for rings, and this is just the general bag for armor. And then I just have one random bag with, like, the Scourge Stone stuff from Shadowlands pre-launch. So I've kind of tried to organize everything that way. Whenever I have to do runs in the future, I'm not running around on, like, 5 different characters, scrambling to find which one has my Elemental Force fist weapon or something like that. Now I know, okay, it's going to be on my druid. And that, in the future, is going to save me a lot of time. I also just did a lot of general prep in terms of item, like, stockpiling and whatever. So should be mostly good to go for the next few speedruns. So that's something I spent a lot of time doing. Let me just catch up in chat a little bit again. Hello, Koji Kosi Y. Good to see you. Chori said, a lot of realms have their famous and infamous players. Blazon is like, you know, an infamous player within the game in itself, not just the realm. You've been playing healer 3 dungeons, already got a headache, it's so boring. Yeah, healing isn't for everybody for sure. All that bag space, obviously someone else's account. Yeah, I know, it's a rare case of me actually being neat and tidy. Your bank looks like a Tsar bomb went off. Look, my main character's bank, I'll show my Demon Hunter's bank, right? So, what happens when I don't actually spend time, you know, hours reorganizing my bank into neat and tidy categories is usually this DH's bank. And, like, the Druid bank, especially, the one that I just logged off of, that bank used to be a fucking disaster. If you go back to some of my streams from, like, either last weekend or the weekend before, you can probably see me sort through my bank a few times on that Druid, and it's an absolute mess. There is no organization whatsoever. It took me forever to find anything in there, which is one of the reasons why I said, okay, I need to actually do this. But yeah, so this is my Demon Hunter's bank. This tab is just nonsense. I still have Avalanche Elixirs from... This was Mythic Fallen Avatar prog. And I just never got rid of them. I just dropped them in my bank. I have random gear from multiple different expansions. You can even see I have my... what was this called again? Artifact? Right. A lot of Legion legendaries. Random garbage here. More... This is like, I guess, at least mostly just Dragonflight items that I will probably eventually purge. More Dragonflight items, and then there's like randomly Heart of Azeroth and stuff in this tab, my legendary cape. More Dragonflight items, and then the final tab is again random garbage. I also have this stuff down here, which I bought a bunch of this stuff after doing Sims, and then I resimmed it, and these didn't actually end up being an upgrade. I also bought another Shadowed Belt class because I forgot that I already had one on, so I don't know. I guess if I ever get another belt, which... At this point, the only thing that would replace this belt is specifically the Mythic Sark belt, but if I happen to get that, then hey, at least I have Shadowed Belt clasp already purchased. Knowing me, I'll probably forget and just buy a third one or something. Maybe you should try putting the items in void storage. You know, that's not a bad idea. I always forget that void storage is, like, actually a thing, and I just forget to use it, but I could probably do that at some point. Kinda put it on the auction house punching air right now, yeah. Boomkin likes mastery. Okay, yeah, there you go. So if I ever do a Boomkin run, which I will do at some point, then that BOE is perfect for it. Can you come and tidy up your bags as well? Your account is the WoW version of Hoarders. I don't really think I'm the right person for the job. It took me like 3-4 hours just to do that level of organization, and that was like a lot for me, alright? So this is like not something I normally do. I'm good at organization when I feel like it. I'm terrible in most cases. You miss your old Twinks. Blizzard targeted, made all the 19 BOE pieces required level 21. So your 20s are naked. You leave gear on them just for armory. Yeah. The scaling changes are really weird. Backspace is so tedious. It's why you're literally running around on your main with only 69 open spaces. Yeah. Yours is filled with random garbage. I feel that. You've got stuff from winter events over 10 years ago. Yeah, if I look at some of my older characters, I definitely have stuff from really, like, old vanilla events and whatnot. Demon Hunter, at least, I didn't start until Legion. And because I play my Demon Hunter so much, I've at least tried to keep it somewhat clean. But it's definitely been a struggle to make sure that it actually stays clean. Oh my god. I'm kind of looking at what's being said in my guild's Discord. Yeah, so if you haven't seen it, I made a short out of something that happened in my guild's raid a few days ago. One of the Evokers blew up everybody, and it's now, of course, they're all memeing on the Evokers for it, and the Evokers have now all changed their names. Actually, I'm not sure if they changed their names on their own or if one of the officers changed it for them. But the Evokers are now all called Dumbass Dragon number 1, number 2, and number 3. So, yeah, the Evokers have been kind of getting dunked on for doing a lot of silly stuff recently. Anyways, I think I can swap over to the PTR now. So the screen's going to go black for a second. You know, of course, I'm still here. You can still hear my voice, right? But it'll take me a second to get 10.1.7 loaded up. The Fear short was epic, yeah. Definitely one of the better ones. You've got like random 4 sky shards. Yeah, I have random. I forget exactly how many I have, but I have like a random amount of sky shards on my DK, I think. I forget which character it is that I farmed it all, but I farmed a decent amount of sky shards and I just didn't finish doing it. Okay, I can hop on to my Evoker. Bread on cue, your food is done. Awesome. It wasn't even the squish. They randomly near the start of Dragonflight made all the BIS VOEs for 20s now require 21 and put 20s free to play into 29 XP off queue to make it worse. That is really weird. Yeah, I don't know why they would do that then. Very, very strange. Do you ever play your Brew Monk? My main is DH and Monk. Yeah, I mean, these days I mostly play Vengeance DH, so actually let me check. Do I still have rank 1? Yeah, let's go. Even an entire day later, I'm still holding on to rank 1 Vengeance DH. So last weekend, I remember I said that I only had rank 3, but I got some crazy parses on this past reclear. I got rank 1 Echo and Sark, so now I'm up to rank 1 DH. So obviously I really like Demon Hunter. I've mostly been playing that this tier, but I have played Monk a lot. I played Monk for Vault of the Incarnates. I've just played Monk on and off in general, so yeah, I definitely like it. It is definitely a spec that I enjoy playing. I don't really know what I'm going to play next tier yet. Kind of just waiting to see like how the balance ends up, because as much as I love Vengeance DH is very, very, I don't know if I'd say heavily carried. I would say it is somewhat heavily carried at the moment by its tier set bonus. And even with how broken Vengeance's tier set bonus is, like, it's actually still like kind of a little bit behind the pack in terms of damage. Like, I am playing out of my mind and I'm still losing to like bears, prop helis, and just even prop warriors in some cases. And obviously Brew is ahead on damage. And you know, like, Vengeance damage isn't terrible. It's not like Blood DK, but it's not nearly good enough to justify bringing it when it doesn't offer a ton of, like, really special utility. And honestly, its survivability, while not terrible, is also not amazing. So it's kind of in a weird spot. And I think without the really high fiery brand uptime of the tier set bonus, it really would struggle. So right now, with the tier set bonus, it has really good survivability on multiple targets, even on single target, because of the fiery brand spread. And obviously, its damage is very, very nice. So if that goes away, well, it will, because it's a tier set. What I would hope Blizzard would be smart enough to do is when they do like a mini, eventually they should do a mini rework of Vengeance at the end of this patch, because Vengeance kind of got shafted on Dragonflight launch. They still have an absolute garbage talent layout. But if Blizzard basically takes this current tier set bonus, turns it into a talent, adds it to Vengeance's tree, and takes out some of the random garbage that is in the Vengeance tree, so we actually can keep this functionality going forward, Vengeance actually could continue to be a really good spec. What they're probably going to do, because it's what Blizzard has done to Vengeance for years, is completely ignore it, take away the tier set bonus that makes it feel good to play, give it a garbage generic tier set bonus in the next patch, and then Vengeance will go right back to the bottom. And I love Vengeance, but I'm not going to play it if it is just the worst tank by far. And especially, I really do enjoy the current playstyle that the tier set bonus enables, so with that gone, I just don't see myself playing Vengeance for the next year. We'll see. But, you know, I'm already slowly working on getting, like, my Monk and other stuff up so that I can eventually swap depending on, you know, what ends up being good. Finally finished my coffee. Worst time for bag organization was when Mechagon was introduced. Oh god, yeah, don't remind me. Mechagon was fun, but it was a nightmare on bags. You're leveling a druid, and earlier you said Guardian is better instead of Feral. My lord, it's so much better. Oh yeah, Guardian Guardian is literally the best leveling spec in the entire game. There's a reason I use it for my world record attempts. Guardian is ridiculously strong. You've been playing Monk the entirety of Dragonflight? Yeah, Monk's very, very fun. When you made something Blizzard like shafting, yeah. It's kind of why, like, at the start of this tier, obviously this was with my old guild, right? I basically told the officers, like, I am playing Vengeance DH, right? Normally I'm a little bit flexible. Obviously I had some other issues with the officers, like, you know, if the officers in my previous guild had been, like, you know, actually, you know, good players and, you know, understanding and, you know, well communicating people in general, I probably would have been more flexible. But in combination with the fact that they did a lot of stuff that really pissed me off, and also the fact that, you know, Vengeance DH is one of those where, like I said, it's usually pretty bad, I basically told them, look, I don't care what you say. I am playing Vengeance DH. It is going to be good, and that is final, right? And look, it ended up being really good, right? So I don't regret my choice. I kept my Brewmaster up because obviously I'm not going to int-raid, right? If I was wrong and Vengeance ended up being absolutely horseshit, I would not have, like, forced it for prog. But I saw the writing on the wall the moment I read that set bonus, and I'm like, that's going to be really strong. And I played it for, like, PTR testing, for raid testing, like, M+ dungeons, and stuff like that. And I could tell this is very, very, very strong. So, because Vengeance is only actually good, like, once in a blue moon, and I love playing Vengeance, I was not about to miss the single patch where Vengeance is actually a very strong spec. So I'm definitely glad I played it for Avarice, but, you know, it's a lot of times playing Vengeance, like, and having played it in the past when it was not good, like, playing Vengeance in early BFA, it was like trying to fit a round peg in a square hole. It was not working at all. I played it anyway for a little while because I wasn't in a super serious guild, and I just found it fun, and I was really good at it still, but I would have gotten much more mileage even if I had played Prot Warrior, for instance, very mediocre. It's just, that's the difference between them. You want to play Prot Warrior next patch? You love Shield Block? I don't hate Prot Warrior, honestly. I definitely don't mind it. I don't really think... I mean, if Prot Warrior ends up being really OP, I would definitely, like, consider it, you know? Like, I don't hate Prot Warrior at all. It's a spec that I enjoy. But I think, historically speaking, Prot Warrior is very hit or miss. Prot Warrior also generally isn't stacked. So... obviously, I have no idea what our tank comp will look like. I don't know what my co-tank will plan on doing. But it's one of those where, like, if he wants to play Prot Warrior and Prot Warrior's looking good, then, you know, I'm more than happy to play whatever the other tank would be, which, historically speaking, probably Brewmaster or Blood DK is most likely. So those are the two tanks that right now I'm leaning towards, because knowing nothing about what the actual tank balance will look like, Brewmaster and Blood DK are both very safe bets. But who knows? I mean... could also end up being a double Guardian Druid tier, which, you know, Guardian Druid is very fucking strong. So I don't know. We'll see. My Survival Hunter video got you to actually have fun leveling a Hunter again after so many BM runs. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, Survival is definitely, I would say, the best Hunter spec at the moment, and I think it's very fun to play. I know not everybody loves the idea of Melee Hunter, but I think it's enjoyable, and personally, think it is definitely a fun leveling experience. And of all the holes, the circle is usually the one that fits the most shapes. True. Yeah, Vengeance is like trying to fit, I guess, a star-shaped peg into a square hole. That's probably a better comparison. Okay. So, caught up in chat. Let me find Evoker talent builds and stuff that I can run. And we'll get that spent and then get on our merry way. So... for actual points, right? Let me just go check out the Devastation Evoker leveling build, and then I will also go ahead and, as usual, I'm going to open up the Mythic Sark Warcraft logs page, because generally speaking, I think that gives a good indication of what the best talents are. Like I said before, I kind of already know mostly what Evokers want to run, but we're just going to be... double checking just to play it safe. Okay, so show more. Got the whole talent build set up here. I also have to move my live split so it's not blocking my view of this stuff. So for the actual class talents, a lot of this stuff is fairly straightforward. In most cases, we're just going to take whatever is like, does the most damage. So obviously, Essence Regen, we take that. Living Flame deals more damage, take that. And then there's like some options here. So obviously, Hover increasing move speed by an additional amount is nice. Recall isn't really necessary. I eventually will probably want to take Verdant Embrace, because the burst healing I know is nice. For now, I'm just going to play it safe. I'm going to take Tailwind, because I know for a fact that is good. Whatever you do, don't listen to Sembu. Yeah, I'm not planning on it. I mean, Sembu... Has Sembu played Dev? He's played Dev before, right? I've mostly seen him play AUG on a lot of the bosses we've done, but I think he's played Dev in like 1 or 2 fights. Okay, so definitely take magic damage increase. He was Dev before AUG, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Our last 2 additional seconds. Do I need stamina increase? I guess at this point, like, what is the best thing? I definitely want to go down here, take Blast Furnace. I have 5 more points to spend. I'm going to want to go down here as well to pick up some of the survivability options. I know Renewing Blaze is very, very nice for leveling. Source of Magic you can't cast on yourself, I found, so doesn't really work for leveling. I could just go, like, magic damage reduction. I think Exuberance will be kind of nice just for the extra movement speed, so go down there. And then I have 1 more point to spend. I'm actually going to drop the Leech, and then instead take Verdant Embrace. Scarlet Adaptation can also be maybe kind of nice. I don't really know if that's necessary. We'll see. There's some obvious ones, right? Like Protracted Talons, Leaping Flames you always take here. I would say you pretty much always also want to take Renewing Blaze into, I believe, Fire Within is the best one. And then I now have 2 points to play around with for now. So Deep Breath stunning all enemies is not terrible for leveling. It's not necessarily required, though. So I think the question now, like, there's a few different things I kind of could want. I could take 2 charges of Hover, which is really nice. I could take Scarlet Adaptation and something like Terror of the Skies. And obviously I will eventually get, right, like, the 2nd charge of Hover, no matter what. It's just, do I take it now or do I wait until later? I think I kind of want to just get that out of the way right now, and then first point I get for the class tree after I can put into Scarlet Adaptation, then I can get something like Terror of the Skies, and then there's like a few other nice flex points that I can put stuff into. Okay, so for PvP talents, I'll check that real quick. What gives damage? Anything? Disintegrate causes additional movement speed reduction. Okay. I don't really think any of this gives me super great stuff. Hover making me immune to slows is probably kind of okay. I guess a slow from Disintegrate will maybe help if I need to kite. While Obsidian Scales is active, you gain immunity to interrupt silence and pushback effects. I guess this is probably a minor damage increase, because if I am casting, I don't know. If I'm trying to cast like Living Flame or something like that, which could be pushbacked, then this probably helps slightly. And I don't really think the rest of them do much, so we'll go with that. As for general talents, so there's some obvious ones here, like I could go Inner Radiance. Yeah, I think I'll probably go Inner Radiance. I don't really need the kick CDR. Obviously, Dragon Rage. Definitely Eternity Surge, and definitely Pyre stuff. So Pyre has a 15% chance to flare up again and explode on a different target. Let me look at what the what people are running for Sark. So I'm seeing a lot of people running Power Nexus on Sark. A lot of people also running Arcane Intensity. I feel like I'll probably take Arcane Intensity there regardless because I need to go down that tree. And it doesn't look like... Actually, some people are running... What is this? Engulfing Blaze. Probably don't care enough to run that. Animosity seems fine. Essence Burst stacks 2 times. That's definitely nice. Eternity Surge and Shattering Star hit twice as many targets. That's definitely very good. What is this? Eternity Surge deals more damage to my primary target. Probably take that. I don't really think I'll need Event Horizon, at least while leveling. Shattering Star, definitely. Yeah, that isn't necessary. Fire Breath damage should be nice. While channeling Disintegrate, your Fire Breath on the target deals 100% more damage. Tyranny seems good. Okay, so for like the midsection, this seems to be what everybody's running. And then I need to spend 2 more points somewhere up here. So Power Nexus seems to be a no-brainer that a lot of people are playing with. What inspired the Drakthir run? I haven't actually done a Devastation Evoker run before, at least not a full one. And mostly, I just wanted to test the 10.1.7 changes. So I figured, hey, if I'm doing a 60 to 70 run to test the new 10.1.7 stuff, may as well do a spec that I haven't played before, or rather a spec that I haven't done a streamed leveling run before. I've played Devastation a bit, so I figured good chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Yeah, I'm not sure what to spend the final point on to get into the bottom section of the tree. There's a few different options here, I think. It looks like I could honestly see Charged Blast. I don't know. I'm like feeling Charge Blast. Because I don't really think doing like Living Flame, it's not terrible. It's definitely between Engulfing Blaze or Charged Blast, I think. I don't really think 1 point into Honed Aggression or Volatility or Lay Waste is really going to be that impactful. Am I eventually... I've already done a 67 Augment run. I did... How long ago was it? It was the weekend right before Augmentation released. I did a 60 to 70 run. It actually was not terrible. So, I think, no-brainer, right? It wasn't fast. It's Augmentation. A lot of their abilities buff other people and just don't really work well if you're the only one playing it. So, for instance, there's this kind of weird, unintuitive thing where if you pick Breath of Eons, you actually do less damage playing solo, because Breath of Eons has no actual upfront damage, and I basically found it impossible for Breath of Eons to do more damage than Deep Breath on Augment if you're playing completely solo. Which kind of sucks considering I'm pretty sure, based on what I've looked at, Breath of Eons is like one of your strongest abilities when other people are actually benefiting from it. So having to miss out on like a huge part of the kit definitely made it a little bit rough. But it wasn't terrible. Like, I mean, it's tanky. Right, you have decent survivability options. Its damage isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, it can hold its own. You just need to go with, like, a really janky, kind of greedy self-damage build that isn't necessarily what you'd want to run for, like, endgame content where you're buffing other players. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to take Charge Blast here. I remember playing around with this when I did some, like, endgame stuff in the Dragonflight pre-patch, so I'm feeling this. I at least know, generally speaking, how to play around with it, so I'm just going to take that, go with my gut. Now for the bottom section. There's a lot of good talents here. So one thing that I know for sure is that the general path is pretty set in stone. The only question is, what order do I pick stuff in? So Shattering Star granting Essence Bursts. A lot of people are running that. That could be good. Damaging crits deal 230% damage instead of the usual 200%. I know that's good. I just don't know necessarily if I should take it. Fire Breath has a chance to cause my next Living Flame to be instant cast, stacking up to 2 times. Okay, with Burnout, I kind of understand more why Engulfing Blaze is run. Because if you're getting instant cast Living Flames, then... Actually, you know what? Now that I see that interaction, I forgot about that. I'm just going to take Burnout then, and run with Engulfing Blaze. That makes more sense to me. Essence Burst increases the damage of affected spells by 7.5%. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff down here. Just not sure what to take first. I'm kind of feeling Titanic Wrath. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do Titanic Wrath times 2 into Causality. And then I'm going to take Arcane Vigor. And then for my last few points, so I get... How many do you get? You get 5 points while leveling up to 70. So obviously Spellweaver's Dominance, right? That's a no-brainer. And then I'm going to take all of these 5 talents. The only question is what order I take it in. Do I go down to Scintillation first, or do I go down to Iridescence first? So casting an Empower spell increases the damage of my next 2 spells of the same color. So that would be right. If I do Eternity Surge, it buffs Disintegrate. And if I do Fire Breath, it buffs Pyre. That seems good, right? Because obviously if you do Fire Breath into 2 Pyres, I would imagine that's high damage. Increasing Essence Regeneration rate is pretty good. But Hoarded Power I know is good too. Scintillation is nice, especially on like low target cleave. If you're like disintegrating a single target, I remember really liking whenever Eternity Surge would proc and just cleave onto a separate target. So that's nice. I'm just not sure. Kung Fu Carl said, I don't think I'll ever play the spec because you never want to play a Drakthir. I mean, admittedly, I don't love Drakthir, but I don't think they're terrible. Definitely not my least favorite thing to play. You can do like a decent amount of customization stuff. But I feel that. Yeah, I think currently what I'm leaning towards is obviously Spellweaver's Dominance. I kind of want to go with Hoarded Power. And then actually take Power Soul second instead of grabbing one of these ones. I kind of like both of these, Iridescence and Scintillation. I think I'll just see which one I pick first. But yeah, that's what I'm leaning towards. The actual Drakthir model itself, I agree, I don't love. One thing that I think would be nice is just more flexibility in what you can actually take for your Visage form. But, you know, hopefully they do that eventually. Burning Blaze. The Scales. I can take Rescue off my bars. Don't need Expunge, but I'll put it there. Dragon Rage on R. Burden Embrace on Y. Where's my Interrupt? I definitely have an Interrupt. Quell. Why is Quell on? Where are all my abilities? Did I not take, oh yeah, I don't have a Pressing Roar. So Pressing Roar is what I would normally put on Shift H. Just trying to figure this stuff out. Dominic Callahan said, hope all is well. Dev Evoker to you is the most fun range spec in the game. Such a visually appealing class. Yeah, I think the playstyle is pretty fun. Generally speaking, I've enjoyed Evoker whenever I played it. You can buy a toy in the age that transforms you into any race, so you can be anything as Drakthir. I mean, are you talking about the engineering thing? The, what's it called? I forget the name of that. I have it. I just don't remember what the name is, because I never use it, but like in Raid, people always drop that thing. It's whatever like the little thing that you throw in the ground is. The platform toy. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about. I'm just trying to remember the name. Yeah. Whatever. I mean, at least I know what you're referring to. Yeah, I will say that's a little bit of a cop-out, though, right? Like, technically speaking, you can drop the toy. It has an hour-long cooldown. You can be any race visually, but I think it would be nice if you could actually choose any race to be your visage form as a Drakthir. I just don't see why that shouldn't be a customization option. It makes sense. I mean, you can do that with... Or dragons in the lore can do that, so... I don't see why Drakthir wouldn't be able to do that. Transmorpher beacon? Is that what... I think it's something different. Yeah, I mean, I get that that is technically an option if you really hate the way Drakthir look, but I still think it should be like a base game functionality. I think I've gotten all of my main abilities that I'm using on my bars. This is pretty much everything I need. Yeah. And then let me just double check Devastation. Yes. I've gotten everything. Okay. Atomic Recalibrator. Right, yeah, that's the name. Give us a glyph like Boomy. Yeah, I could see that being a nice middle ground. Alright, so... Going to throw everything on my bars. Obviously, the reason we haven't started the timer yet, by the way, is because since this is effectively simulating, right, a 60 to 70 run, I always like to start the timer at where it would start for an actual 60 to 70 run. So if we had, obviously, Evokers don't level up to 60. They start at 58, right? But if this was an actual 60 to 70 run, and we had just gotten out of leveling 10 to 60, we would use the Dragon Scale that Abyssian gives us, and we would immediately teleport here and pick up these two quests. So, obviously, I've already picked up the quest, but that's like, what, 2 seconds, so it doesn't matter. I would not have all of my buffs active, so I'm not going to use that just yet. I will put the stuff in my bars, but I'll find a good place to buff all this stuff up. Throw Thermal Anvil on there. That I probably would have put on my bars already. Okay, I think that is everything, generally speaking, set up. Get the Darkmoon quest items ready to go. I'm also using Moonfang's Pelt for this run because it's the PTR, right? So a lot of times for testing runs, I save money and I don't get Moonfang's Pelts. But because it's the PTR, right, I have effectively infinite resources, might as well use it. Bean Soup said, I haven't actually done the Dragonflight expansion yet. Should I take one of my 60s through or try Drakthir and have that be your first 70? Completely up to you. There's nothing necessarily special about playing Drakthir first. If you think it looks cool, play it. But not, like, super important. Okay, none of my transmogs get saved, right, because it's a different character. Okay, we're just going to be leveling with the, generic clown suit for now, then. And then the moment I hit level 61, I can at least get all of my crafting gear and stuff equipped. But, alright, we are relatively good to go. So, I need to just move my timer into a better spot, close out my other tabs, so it doesn't slow me down. And time starts. So, can mount up. We're going to do the basic intro stuff. And because it is... Actually, kind of wonder how I want to do this with Darkmoon Faire being a thing. Because I obviously want to get all the quests started so I can do Waking Shores first. But also, one of the main things that I need to consider for this run, you know, the main reason I'm doing it in the first place, is obviously there's the Dream Searches. So, let's check. What zone has a Dream Surge active right now? It's actually Waking Shores. That's interesting. So, the weird thing about Dream Searches, this is, I kind of talked about it earlier, and then I said, you know, obviously, since this is one of the main things we're testing in this run, I'll talk about it later. So, Dream Searches are a bit of a janky situation, because they give you a flat 25% experience bonus to anything that you do in the zone, like 100% of the time. Now that's good, don't get me wrong. So
A lot of people have already said, well, you're probably just going to want to level in the zone that has the Dream Surge, right? Yes and no. Obviously, the zone that the Dream Surge is active in becomes more valuable with an additional 25% experience. Also, the fact that the ship is here right now, that's good. I think because the ship is already here, I'm just going to hop on there right out of the gate immediately. Oh, shit. It's leaving. My auto cutscene skipper did not work. I think I can barely make it onto the ship before it takes off. Okay, we're good. That was close. Apply this to my weapon. Yeah, so we'll see. The way that Dream Searches work, though, there's obviously a flat 25% bonus, which, as many people have already assumed, makes leveling in those zones faster. However, just because the zone gives 25% more experience, this is something that a lot of people get confused about. It's the same question I get all the time with Spires of Iraq, where people say, but Spires of Iraq gives you a 20% XP buff. How is that not such an amazing zone to level in? And then you have to remember that the modifier only accounts for, like, the actual thing that it's buffing, right? So you're getting a 25% or 20% experience bonus within quests and Spires of Iraq, but if a quest is really slow, making it 20% faster isn't going to do much. The same thing applies here. Making a quest 25% faster that's really inefficient is not going to magically make it efficient. So what this more does is makes it so quests that are more marginal, that were like kind of fast but not really worth routing in, when they are 25% faster, suddenly those become worth routing in. Now, it gets a little bit trickier when you consider the fact that the bonus actually goes up to 75%. And when you start getting into modifiers like 75% additional experience, that is enough to make a bad quest worth doing. So that is a little bit hard to evaluate. The problem with the 75% buff is it's not guaranteed. It is random. So what we'll see here for Waking Shores, the Dream Surge is active, right? And we get this buff, Dreaming Winds, 25% increased experience. But right now, the bonus buff that I have gives me 100% nature damage, which is not the 75% XP buff. Or rather, I should say, it's not the additional 50% on top of the other stuff. So there is only a chance at any moment that this buff will be active. And also, it looks like, unless you've already discovered the... Is there a Dragonflight map? Scouting map? I don't think there is a scouting map for Dragonflight, right? Yeah. That would actually be useful here, because if I could use a scouting map and automatically discover the entire zone, that would allow me to see which options are coming up next. I'll fly over there and show you, and I actually think that flying over there right now, ahead of time, is still the correct play, even though it's obviously going to lose a little bit of time. I see a few questions about how the buff works. I will get to that in a second. Just, trying to make sure I get this set up first. Let me just, while I fly there. Lore-wise, Drakthir choose a visage with sorcery to express their identity. Yeah, exactly. Play whatever class you enjoy. Completely agree. Have I ever done a speedrun where I don't use pre-resources at all? Yes, I have. It's boring. People always recommend that, and they're like, why haven't you done that? And my answer to that is always, I have done that. It's not fun, which is why I don't do that more often. People don't enjoy watching it. I don't enjoy running it. It's one of those things where every once in a while somebody will suggest that, but the reality is whenever I do that, people don't watch it because it's not interesting. It's slow, it's boring, and I have a miserable time. Anyways, so this is how the Dream Surges work. So there are two options. And now that I've unlocked it on my map, now I can hover over it when I'm in Waking Shores and see what the next options are. Unfortunately, we got a little bit unlucky here. So we will either get Dream Surge Hibernation, instead of dying, fall into a deep sleep, whatever, or increases your damage done for each player within whatever yards. Both of these are terrible. I can also vote for the outcome, right? So it doesn't matter. It's still going to pick Dream Surge Hibernation, right? The thing about the experience buff, it's one of the two options that'll be selected at random. So I'm actually kind of in a weird spot now where in 2 minutes, a new buff is going to be selected because it happens every 30 minutes. So what I'll do while I wait for that is I'm actually going to fly back to, or one thing wow, I know I'm all over the place. This is a little bit difficult to route. You may be able to see right now why I am not thrilled with the way that this stuff is implemented. From a speedrunning perspective, this is a fucking nightmare for routing. This is going to make my life so much more difficult. So having to kind of figure out all this stuff on the fly based on complete RNG is not really going to make it very interesting to do runs. This adds a completely random element of, a significant random element to speedruns where if I don't get the buff at the right time, which there's absolutely no way to predict, right? I just need to restart. There aren't many, like, pure restart conditions right now in World of Warcraft speedrunning, which is nice. Unfortunately, this is absolutely one of them. This is something where if it goes poorly, I will definitely just need to completely restart the run, and it will suck. So I'm going to drop blacksmithing here. Unlearn. I'm going to take herbalism. This is specifically so that we can get the quests, right? Normally I do this later on, right? But I'm doing this right now because, effectively, while I'm waiting to see what that next buff is, so that I can plan accordingly, I need to find something to do in the Waking Shores. And I'll explain why I don't want to do actual quests in the Waking Shores in a little bit. But one thing that is not really affected by any of the modifiers is Profession XP. Because Dragonflight Profession XP, the way that works, is it's a flat experience bonus that you get. So I can go to Leatherworking, craft this. So even if I have, let's say, 100% increased experience from Dragonflight Profession first craft stuff, that doesn't actually matter in the long run. Because the only thing that that's going to do is it's going to mean that I hit my cap for experience faster. So, you know, if you don't know, right, there is a limit to the amount of experience that you can gain from Dragonflight crafting XP. And before I pick up blacksmithing again, I need to pick up enchanting. Because that offers a quest, right? So, just drop mining, pick up enchanting. I think that I've gotten all of the quests. And then now I can pick up blacksmithing again. So enchanting, unlearn. I'll take this quest. Also, people have pointed out to me a few times that you can ride this down and maintain the, or it resets the cooldown. The reason I don't do that is because it's just easier to keep coming back to it and wait out the 60 seconds. Since I've gotten a few questions about that, I just wanted to elaborate on it. Alright. Okay. We've hit 1 hour. So now we're getting a new offering for Dream Surge bonuses. And it's crap. So you can't see, because I can't hover over it. I don't really know exactly what these buffs do, but neither one of these buffs is the 50% increased experience thing. Which is bad, because that means that the closest time that I'll be able to start doing Waking Shores is in an hour. And I'll explain why as we take... Do I have Dalaran Hearthstone unlocked? I don't know if I have Dalaran Hearthstone unlocked. Either way, I can just do a regular Hearth to Durotar, and I guess I technically should get Dalaran Hearthstone. I don't know, this is weird. This routing is gonna hurt my brain. Let me just double check to make sure it doesn't automatically... What did that... Dalaran... Yeah, I can't do Dalaran Hearthstone right now. And I'm gonna need to. Okay, yeah, this is a bit of a weird route. I'm actually going to take the portal to Azuna. I'm going to fly to Dalaran and grab the Hearthstone from the innkeeper, because obviously I can't, enable Chromie time and just skip the intro. I think if I wanted to, I can maybe find the Broken Shore quest on the mission board, pick that up, and do it that way. But it's usually buried behind too much other stuff. It wouldn't really be worth my time to do that. So this takes like a minute. I guess for all of the people who leave comments asking why I don't do this in actual speedruns, hopefully this shows why. Compare the time it takes me to fly from point A to point B. This is, mind you, with fast flying, which I normally don't have at level 10, which is when I get Dalaran Hearthstone. But a lot of people bring this up. Like, just take the portal to Azuna and fly to Dalaran. And it's like, yeah, but that takes like multiple minutes. Whereas skipping the Legion intro when you do that on a low-level character is very fast. But at the moment, this is the best thing I can do. Let me read up on chat a little bit. Furi said clutch, yeah, for the Zeppelin. Perfect timing, saves a few seconds, yep. Manu QR said never been so early in a run. Yeah, this definitely, we started this one fairly early. There is no Dragonflight scouting map, yeah, unfortunate. Do treasures give XP on 60 to 70? Yes. It's kind of the same thing where it's usually not worth really going out of your way for. It also depends on the treasure. One-time treasures give XP. The Expedition Scouting Pack stuff does not give XP. So if that's what you're referring to, those ones don't. So if I make this in my home, I should be able to get $1 on Hearthstone, right? Or do I need to basically say I've misplaced my $1 on Hearthstone? How do I do that again? I also forgot to re-equip my blacksmithing equipment. You're supposed to be able to just talk to them and say... Maybe I need to talk to Khadgar first. I've actually never done this on an Evoker. So I guess it's different. It's in my toys. Look, I know how Dalaran Hearthstone works. Okay, now that enables it. If you are... Yes, it's... Okay. Real quick, before more people tell me it's a toy. This does not work until you complete the prereq quests. Just 5 minutes ago, I tested it. It was not working for me. You need to do the prerequisite quests before the Dalaran Hearthstone actually functions. So that is why I had to go do that. So I believe turning that quest into Khadgar enabled the toy to be used, right? But we tested it before. It was not working. It's the same thing for brand new characters. You need to complete the Legion intro for the Dalaran Hearthstone to be available. Evokers, I think, just have some weird trigger because, like I said, I don't really think they're eligible for the Legion intro, so it's odd. But, yeah, that is why that worked. Okay, so now we're going to go do Darkmoon Fair. Get the 10% buff and turn in the quests, which will get me to 61, and that will get me access to my crafted gear, which is... That is not what I want. That is also not what I want. Okay, right on the carousel. I'll let this buff stack up to 60 minutes. Found that the Broken Shore mission board is the second middle option. Yes and no. It's not guaranteed like that. So in actual speedruns at low-level characters, it'll always be the second middle option. You can see me do that in my actual speedruns. The more options you have on the mission board as you get to higher levels, they start to be buried towards the back, and it is not consistently the second middle option. So, like, the options will change dynamically depending on how many zones you have available. And then by the time you're max level, there's just like a million zones to pick, and it's just impossible to find anything specific on the mission board. Yeah. I mean, for actual speedruns, I also always do it at level 10, which is why at level 10 you can consistently do that, right? You can consistently figure out which mission board things to take. I'm just going to go over here and do the breaded frogs first. I forgot to pick up cooking. Okay, I'm not doing the breaded frogs quest. I don't have cooking. Whatever. It's a single quest. Grab top hats. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's all of them. Did you know it's a toy? Yeah. Do you have any idea why the portal from Orgrimmar to Zuldazar now ports you to the port instead of inside the pyramid? I'm actually not sure. I have noticed that happening recently. It was one of those things where it happened, and I'm glad you brought that up, because I had this, like, thought at the back of my head, like, that's not normal, right? When I saw it ported me there. And I could have sworn that it used to take you somewhere differently, but now, like you said, it takes you straight to the port. The irony is, it's actually better in a lot of cases. At least the times that I go to Zuldazar these days is usually because I'm doing the, like, Warfront stuff. So getting teleported to the port actually saves me, like, a little bit of time whenever I do that, which is quite nice. But it is a bit of a weird thing that it does that now. Okay, let me use my potions. That's the only other thing that I can use right now, and then we're going to use Dollar on Hearthstone. How would I compare Evoker 60 to 70 to Devoker 60 to 70? Evoker, I just would not recommend it for leveling. I have tried it. It is not terrible, but it is slow. Definitely do not recommend. Okay, so now we're 61, so I can equip my crafted gear. Chest. Reserves. Necklace. Alright. Also, we are going to be passing through Valdrakken really quick, so heads up. There is almost certainly going to be a memory leak. There always is. Just to play it safe, the moment I exit Valdrakken, I am just going to restart my game. Just to play around that. So, just so you know, I'll probably cut out for a little bit, and the game will restart. That's how things always go with Valdrakken. Even on the PTR. Always how it is. Oh, I want to do this. I actually don't know how I want to handle this. Okay, testing. Looks like it's still working. The moment I land, I'm still going to just restart my game just because, you know, I want to play it safe. If somebody wants to explain what a memory leak is, unfortunately, you have to understand every single time I do this, I get a memory leak, and then I get questions, what's a memory leak? Basically, TLDR, it's a computer problem that causes the game to start lagging really bad, and it requires me to restart. And I'm going to restart the game here really quick just to avoid any problems, because even if it's not immediately showing, a lot of times it'll start having issues in the background, then like 10 minutes later, the memory leak will like really kick in. Let's see, should be good though. So, okay. Somebody pinged me in my Discord. In the off chance that whoever pinged me in my Discord, if you're watching my stream now, you can just ask the question in chat. Otherwise, I will get back to you after I'm done. Yeah, it starts slowly using more and more RAM until it lags, exactly. What else? You were leveling a warrior in BFA. First you thought it was due to that, but now you wanted an easy Thunderbluff portal and tried it with one of your 70s and it did the same thing. Yeah, it's very odd. Leatrix does have an easy item delete. It's one of those where I have it set up on my main characters, just didn't really think to get it set up on this character, but you are correct. I want to take Spellweaver's Dominance. So, alright, this is... Obviously, this route is still work in progress, and I think one of the problems with this route is that it's not necessarily set in stone. the order in which I do zones will always depend on, from now on, like in the future, what Dream Surge is active. Nice. So, one of the main weird quirks about the way Dream Surges work is it's no secret that out of the 4 zones within Dragonflight, Azurspan is the fastest, by far. So, Dream Surges will only buff a single one of the 4 zones, and it rotates every single week. And that's a little bit weird because it means that for leveling purposes, you will only level, at least in theory, you'll only level whenever Azurspan is the zone being buffed. Because Azurspan, well, it has the best quests. It is definitely, out of all the 4 zones, the most efficient in terms of experience. So, if you could choose to get a 75% XP modifier on any zone, you would obviously want it to be on the best zone. So, no matter what, no matter how you slice it, that is the fastest way to level. Wait for Azurspan to be buffed, and then do that. It gets a little bit tricky when the Dream Surge is in other zones. So, Thaldraszus is the absolute worst one for there to be a Dream Surge in, because generally speaking, the quests in Thaldraszus are just not good. We do very few stuff in there. It's not really going to impact a lot. And while the Dream Surge in Thaldraszus may technically make a few additional quest lines worth doing, because as I said before, when you have a 75% modifier, that's a lot, and it does tend to make things that normally aren't good worth doing. But it is still infinitely better for a good quest to be buffed, instead of, a bad quest being only okay because now it has a massive modifier. You'd much rather have a quest that is already good be giving you 75% additional experience. Waking Shores and Onarin Plains, I would say they're still both worse when compared to Azurspan. They are probably about equal in terms of how efficient it is. Definitely better than Thaldraszus. You do a decent amount more stuff in those zones when compared to Thaldraszus, but it's definitely not as much as Azurspan. So if it is up in, obviously right now it's up in Waking Shores, we still want to eventually do stuff in Waking Shores, but that is kind of the weird thing about it. So, let me grab this quest real quick. Right, I forgot the Drakthir have... There's, some weird quirks with the way the Drakthir quests work. This particular quest has a different, start and stop points. What's my favorite zone in the game? Probably Valley of the Four Winds. Why is Auto Cutscene Skipper not working? I must have forgotten to install it on this version of the PTR or something like that. It has to be what it is. Let me grab this book. Trying to think of what I was going to say. Ow, okay. Thank you, game. Yeah, so I think a lot of people, as I said before, will look at the way the XP buff works. And you may be thinking, well, if Waking Shores has 25% additional experience, why am I not leveling in Waking Shores? And while you would maybe be correct that Waking Shores, is good with 25% experience, there's a lot of stuff that we normally do in Waking Shores, and that stuff is obviously still worth doing even more so now that it's buffed. And normally, I actually start the run with Waking Shores. So wouldn't it work out perfectly, some people might think, to just start the run with Waking Shores again, especially now that it has a 25% buff? Well, that is kind of why I really dislike the fact that they made the 75% XP thing completely random. And it's my biggest problem with the way that Dream Surges are going to impact leveling. Because if Dream Surges were just a flat 25% experience bonus applied to a different zone every single week, yeah, that would be kind of interesting. It would mean that on certain weeks, if you decide to level a character, the zones that you do may differ depending on which zone is being buffed. And obviously, like I said before, you would just do Azurspan if you really wanted to do a speedrun. The problem is, because there is the potential for the additional 50% XP buff, any quests that I do in Waking Shores right now, with only the 25% increase, are effectively, I'm wasting additional experience. I'm leaving 50% more experience on the table. Because if I were to wait to do those quests until the extra buff was active, well then instead of only getting 25% bonus experience, I could be getting 75% bonus experience. So by that logic, it's much better for me to then do other stuff outside of Waking Shores right now, because that additional XP buff is not active. And then when the buff is up on Waking Shores, during that 30-minute window, I do as much Waking Shores as I possibly can. Now, Waking Shores and Onaran Plains, we don't do enough of them to run out of stuff to do. I don't know if that wording made sense. Basically, the way the buff works, for people who haven't looked into it, every 30 minutes, you are given two options. So we saw this earlier. One of the options will sometimes be a 50% experience buff. And you will see that being offered 30 minutes ahead of time. So let's say, give an example. Let's say at 12:30, according to this clock, it would be 3:30 my time, but 12:30 server time, the new buffs are offered, right? We'll go ahead and we'll check that whenever the time rolls around. And let's say one of those two buffs that is, a choice is the experience buff. Well, in that case, I would need to wait until 1 o'clock for, assuming it wins, right? If enough people vote for it, I need to wait until 1 o'clock for the experience buff to become active. And then at that point, I hit the wrong stupid thing. Frostfist's Eye. Yeah, I forgot that. I picked up the Hemet quest, so I need to kill that. At 1 p.m., that buff would become active, the 75% increased experience, and then I would have 30 minutes to benefit from that buff, which means that I would need to make sure that I am in Waking Shores the moment that 75% experience buff becomes active, because I want to make sure that I am leveling within Waking Shores for the entirety of that 75% buff. And then the moment it fades, I either finish the zone or I move on to something else and then come back later. Azure Span is going to be a little bit weird because there is absolutely no way that you can do the entirety of Azure Span within a 30-minute window, which adds an additional layer of RNG. Because the odds of the same buff being offered, 2 times in a row, or at least 2 times within the span of 2 to 3 hours, is fairly low. It can happen, and the fact that it is at least possible means that for a theoretical, best possible RNG world record attempt, that is what you would want to have happen. You would want Azure Span to be the zone that has the Dream Surge active, and then you would want to have 2 times within the window in which you're leveling the 75% bonus experience come up. Because it would still probably be difficult to complete the entirety of Azure Span within 1 hour, but that is actually manageable, whereas doing it all in 30 minutes, not really doable. But obviously that's really hard to do. Statistically speaking, you would not be able to pull that off most of the time, which is why I said I don't love the current layout for this, for world record attempts, because it is just very RNG and reset heavy. There's going to be a very high chance... Oh, do I need to use this? Yeah, I forgot I need to use this quest item while standing directly on top of Calicos. Alright. Whenever I do... I don't even know if I will do world record attempts, but if I do, I'm going to have to do a lot of resets. There's going to be a lot of attempts where I just get offered the experience buff 0 times, and it's a massive annoyance, because then it's just like, okay, shit, restart the run. Don't love that. It gets especially more complicated when you factor in the new time walking XP buff that they're adding, because now, in theory, I would need to stack up the time walking XP buff to 10 stacks, and then the moment I'm done with that, I would need to make sure that I get the Azure Span buff 2 times in one run, which it in theory, would probably take me around 1 hour to do 10 time walking dungeons if I'm going, like, insanely fast, right? It's not even easy to do 10 time walking dungeons in 1 hour. It's possible if you have a really, really good group or you're the tank and you kind of know what you're doing. But you have to work for that, right? And that means that there are 2 potential buff windows that I could miss while stacking up my time walking buff. So, all that to say, there's a lot of RNG in play. And don't necessarily love that. It's going to be a little bit difficult to play around. On the plus side, if I happen to get a run like that, it will be almost impossible to beat, because there's just such a low chance of anyone being able to replicate it. But it's just going to be a pain in the ass to do multiple attempts with that. So, not terribly excited to work for that. So, I also need to... I need to keep checking the time, right? Which is one of the reasons why I'm trying to focus at least right now. Because the timing on this is a little bit jank, right? What? What interrupted me? Something just randomly knocked me back right at the end of that cast. I don't even know what caused that. Okay. Let's see. The day that our Harldan got his world record beaten by a random leveler getting RNG. I mean, honestly, though, that's kind of the more annoying thing about this, right? Even if somebody got this really good RNG, right? We are talking like, this isn't just you get super lucky and you get a shit ton of experience. This is, you would need to get super lucky and then you would need to play around that perfectly. Because even if you get the perfect setup, you would need to be going fast enough to benefit from all of that experience bonuses. Because this isn't free XP, right? This is a modifier. So the entire challenge of it, right, is within that 30-minute window, you need to be good enough at leveling to get as much as possible fit inside of that 75% experience window. So the faster you go, I guess it's kind of like, you know, the rich get richer in terms of like leveling there. The faster you go, the more you benefit from that limited time buff. So for casual levelers, it actually won't really be that impactful. You need to like really be speedrunning, really be optimizing it to make the most of it. And you also need to be tracking like the zone stuff at multiple times, right? So like in theory, if I were doing like a world record attempt, I would actually need to have someone in chat or like a friend of mine sitting in Waking Shores right now telling me, you know, when it hits 12 minutes or 12:30, I would need them to tell me, oh, the experience buff is an option. And then I would need random people to vote for that. Now, thankfully, I'm pretty sure that enough people are, you know, trying to level their alts, and a lot of the other bonuses, as we saw, are like kind of garbage. Like, who wants to have 100% additional nature damage for world content, right? Nobody's going to vote for 100% additional nature damage. But there's going to be a decent amount of people leveling their alts who will want 50% increased experience. So I think odds are, if that is one of the options, I don't really need to worry about whether that wins or not. But it still is one of those potential things where there is... a good example would be there's a buff that gives you 100% additional gold earned from world quests. And that one is actually pretty good. And I think a lot of max level players who are doing this event, who maybe are trying to do like the dragon riding races to get gold, well, I mean, if they can now get 100% additional gold, you know, in the time that they complete their world quest, that is the no-brainer best option for them to vote for. Now, statistically speaking, the odds of increased gold from world quest and increased experience gained being in the same voting pool, it's like they are the only 2 options that you can vote for, that is very, very, very unlikely. But it is not impossible. So, it is theoretically possible that when eventually the experience buff does roll around as an option, it is stacked up against the gold one, and enough people vote for the gold one that effectively the experience buff isn't available for like 3 hours or something. Because, you know, it loses the one time it gets offered as a poll result. There's just a lot of RNG at play here. It's a little bit of a headache, right? You were thinking of leveling a druid. How should you go about it? I mean, class itself doesn't really impact the leveling routes. Like, you're going to follow the same route that I do in all of my runs, right? That doesn't change. If you mean what spec sheet you play, I would say Guardian. Guardian is really, really easy, and it is the best leveling spec in the game. It's just ridiculously powerful. You're curious about the vote on the XP buff thing. Why would 70s vote for an XP buff? It also increases reputation. So, technically speaking, 70s may vote on it. But also, because the way the buff works, right, is it's region-wide. I think. It's kind of one of those things where it's hard for me to test this for sure on the PTR. But, for instance, if I check on, like, non-war mode and war mode, the buff options are exactly the same for both of them. So it's definitely not shard-based, right? If it was shard-based, then by switching to war mode, I should be offered a completely different set of buffs. But that is at least standardized. The timers and the buffs are the same for all players. So, in theory, I would imagine it's either server-based, which I think would be a little bit weird, because then technically that would be kind of shard-based, and that would encourage you to server hop. The only reason why, like I said, I can't say for sure whether or not it's region-based is because that could be what's happening here. It could be that since there's only one server on the PTR, there's literally only one available set of buffs. But I think the logical way for Blizzard to do it, and, you know, it would be nice because then it would be much easier to track. What the fuck just killed that mob? Oh, Glacial Fury just one-shot it. Okay. Glacial Fury just one-shot them again. Alright, this, it just nearly one-shot that... Dude, Glacial Fury's fucking popping off right now. Holy shit. If you are ever wondering why I always use Glacial Fury for my speedruns, this is why I always use Glacial Fury for my speedruns. Proc effects at low levels are just always going to be ridiculously good. You're just going to get random one-shots like that, and it will just feel amazing. Fuck. Thought I might be able to kill that guy before he did Hideous Laughter. Luckily, I stepped out of it. So I believe the way the buffs work is they're region-wide, which, as a result of that, when you, when the XP buff is offered, right, a lot of people will see that. They'll be like, hey, I want to level up one of my alts. They will vote for that buff, and then the moment the buff wins, they will level up one of their alts, right? And that's kind of one of the other reasons why this doesn't impact casual players as much, because technically speaking, if you want to make the most of, you know, leveling in Dragonflight with this new system, you would actually just AFK until it rolls all this stuff. So the problem with everything that I've outlined in terms of, like, it being RNG-based is within a speedrun, like the ones that I do, you obviously need to do everything in one sitting. Everything needs to be like, you know, you sit down, you level the entire way within 2 to 3 hours, and then, you know, when you hit max level, it's done. You don't take breaks, you don't stop the timer, etc. That is kind of fundamental to how speedruns work. So in that case, it's really difficult to get the perfect setup, because I need all of that proper RNG to happen while I'm actually doing the run itself. But if you're leveling casually and you have the luxury of just saying, oh, the buff isn't up, well, I'm just going to do something else, and then every 30 minutes I'll check back, and then, oh, hey, the buff is up now, now I do my 30 minutes of leveling, and then you stop. And once again, that would make Azurspan even better, because at that point you can guarantee that you have 75% increased experience for the entirety of Azurspan, which would let you cut out so much other stuff, right? And one of the other weird things, right, is they're adding the new time walking potion, which gives you increased XP from running dungeons. And obviously one of the questions that, you know, anyone who's watched the streams for a while has seen people ask, right? You know, I obviously get asked this all the time, is how fast is dungeon leveling when compared to questing? And in a vacuum, the answer will always be questing is faster. At least right now. And a lot of people just can't accept that. A lot of people are like, no, dungeon leveling has to be fast. So what you're going to see happen is a lot of people are going to see that Blizzard is adding this time-walking experience potion, and they're going to come into my chat and be like, okay, well, Blizzard's adding an experience potion for time-walking. Surely dungeons are faster now. And then I'm going to have to tell them once again, actually, the time-walking experience potion applies to everything. So you're actually just going to do a few time walking dungeons to stack it up, and then you're going to go back to doing questing, because questing is faster. Especially now that questing effectively is getting just a flat 75% XP buff for casual players, because if you only level when the 75% XP buff is up, I mean, hey, you can probably get some ridiculous slash-played leveling times, I would say. I actually don't think it's unreasonable that somebody could get, like, under an hour slash-play time, 60 to 70, if they level exclusively in the 75% buffs and use, like, the time walking thing. I guess that might be a little bit tricky, though, because getting it up to, like, 30%. Yeah, maybe under 1 hour. You could definitely get under 2 hours, easily slash-played. With this new system, if you just only level with the experience buff, because that's just so ridiculously fast, right? And the annoying thing is, in theory, I could probably get close to, like, you know, an hour and a half, under an hour and a half, even in an actual speedrun. It would just require, like, the stars to align and the RNG to be absolutely perfect, and that's something that, I don't know. Might be a little frustrating to pull off. What I currently plan on doing is I'm currently going to try to do at least a few attempts. So obviously, this is like, I wouldn't really count this as an attempt because this is more we're first testing the system initially and just kind of showing how it works. Also, Azurspan isn't even active this week, so it kind of isn't like impossible to do an actual test, right? One of the other, I guess, for speedrun purposes, another weird limiting factor is, I've already mentioned multiple times how for a world record for 60 to 70 to be possible, you would need Azurspan to be the buffed zone, right? But because it rotates on a weekly basis, here's the problem. Guess what also is only up for a few weeks and is required for speedruns? Darkmoon Faire. So I think actually, assuming Blizzard doesn't change anything, we should be able to extrapolate the order in which, like, the zones will be buffed. So I think it kind of rotates. The only thing I'm not sure about is I don't know if it rotates clockwise or counterclockwise around the Dragon Isles in terms of which zone gets buffed. I want to say it rotates clockwise. I think. But I could be wrong. But let's say Blizzard changes nothing. And in fact, while I like math this out, because obviously we're not like super concerned about maximum efficiency here. I'm actually just going to try to put myself in a flight path. Where's the nearest flight path? It would be Fork River Crossing. Actually, you know what? I never learned the flight path back in Waking Shores. So we're just going to kind of drag and ride there somewhat slowly. One of the other annoying things, you can't actually see what the buffs are across zones. So if this is region-wide, theoretically, Wowhead would have a tracker for this, which would make my life easier. Because then instead of having to check Waking Shores, I could just go to Wowhead, see what are the 2 available buffs. I'm almost certain Wowhead would have something tracking that. They usually do. But right now, I need to actually fly to Waking Shores to see it myself. So that's what we're doing, just because we need to know when the 75% buff's going to happen, so we can play around that. But in theory, let's say it rotates... doesn't campaign naturally take you counterclockwise? I believe so. Okay, you know what? Let's assume, obviously it's impossible to say for sure. Let's assume it is counterclockwise then. If it is counterclockwise, and Waking Shores is up right now, then Tuesday the 15th, next week, will be Onaran Plains. And I should note that, you know, next week I'll be able to confirm this, which way it rotates. So this would be Onaran Plains, the 22nd would be Azurspan, the 29th would be Thaldraszus, the 5th would be Waking Shores, and then the 12th would be Onaran Plains. And then Azurspan would be on the 19th, then the 26th would be, or Turbulent Time Waves doesn't begin until the 26th, interesting. Yeah, so Waking Shores, I believe, or Azurspan would be here. Then Azurspan wouldn't be around until this would be Thaldraszus, Waking Shores, Onaran here. Note how if it rotates counterclockwise and Blizzard doesn't do any resets, every single time that Waking Shores every single time that Azurspan would theoretically be like available as the buffed zone, it would fall outside of Darkmoon Faire. Now, you technically speaking have two possible windows for Azurspan to fall in, because it can either be like on the previous week, and you get Darkmoon Faire for Sunday and Monday, or it could be on this week, and then you get it for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, etc. Now, if it rotates counterclockwise, does that change anything? It actually doesn't. Yeah, because no matter what, Azurspan is always 2 away from Waking Shores. So no matter how it rotates, if this is the current setup, Azurspan will always fall outside of the Darkmoon Faire window. So what we have to hope, right, for world record attempts is that somehow Blizzard resets it, and I don't know, maybe if it starts on Thaldraszus, let's say patch comes out on the 5th. So if it starts Thaldraszus here, and it rotates counterclockwise, then it would be Waking Shores, Onaran Plains, Azurspan. And then I would technically speaking have Azurspan and Turbulent Timeways and Darkmoon Faire for these 2 days. And I would have this time, this small 3-day time frame, to do these world record attempts, which, mind you, have ridiculously low chances of actually working out properly. So, I don't know. All of this to say, I'm really trying to impress upon everyone here how astronomical the RNG for all of this stuff is, and it's all because of Dream Surges. Turbulent Timeways, I guess if I were to include that in the run, does limit my options a little bit, because then I would also need to have it land within that particular Darkmoon Faire window, one of the two. And I think Turbulent Timeways 30% XP buff, it is the type of thing that would make for an interesting run, factoring that in. And I'm definitely going to do time walking speedruns just to test it, right? Because I'm sure when the event is active, I'm obviously going to get a lot of people asking, is this worth doing? I want to be able to answer that, so I will at least try my best. You know what, while I'm here, because I don't know, I want to be able to at least be somewhat efficient about this, I may as well do Onaran Plains now. We can come back to Azurspan later. Also, I didn't show it, right? But I can tell you right now, the 2 buffs that were active there were not the experience buff. The experience buff, the icon is, I believe it's like Cenarian Ward, the Resto Druid spell. That's the icon that it has. So like this one is, you have a chance to do something while damaged. Is that the ability? Cenarian Ward. God, my memory is amazing. Yes. I don't even play Resto Druid, and I remembered the icon for one of their abilities, matching it. So yeah, the Cenarian Ward icon is the same one that the 50% experience buff from the Dream Surges uses, and at a glance, I obviously didn't see that, so that's not the one that we want. So this is kind of, once again, shortening our time frame here, because now, what has effectively happened here is the buffs that are available within this voting window, so the buffs that will be active from 1 p.m. to 1:30, neither one of those is the experience buff. So now what I need to do is I need to check again at 1 p.m. and I need to see what the options are. And if the experience buff is active at 1 p.m., or like a voting option for it is active at 1 p.m., then from 1:30 to 2 o'clock, I will be able to level with that bonus. I need to plan around that. So, best case scenario, from here, if we get perfect RNG, I need to fill another 50 minutes, give or take, of leveling before I switch over to Waking Shores. And then there's also a chance, by the way, that like by the time the experience buff actually rolls around, I've already kind of wasted some XP in Waking Shores. So it'll kind of hit a certain point where eventually I will just want to go to Waking Shores and level there even with the 25% bonus, because even at that point, you know, if I don't have the 75% XP increase, it's still worth it to benefit from the 25% bonus compared to not benefiting from it at all. But that is kind of just accepting that we've gotten bad RNG and kind of mitigating it. But for now, I think I could probably still fill 50 more minutes of other quests in Onaran Plains and Azure Span, but I think if the XP buff is not one of the voting options in the next poll, then that's kind of like terrible RNG, and we would probably have hit level 70 already by the time it's relevant. So we have effectively one more shot for the buff to actually come into play. Let me catch up on chat a little bit, because I had to read all, or I had to explain all of that. So that took me a little bit of time. How much XP will it be for completing the Dream Surge event in itself? Probably nothing. Honestly, I'll probably check that. You know what, fuck it. After I do these quests, I'll go ahead and check, because it's worth testing. I will be very surprised if it gives, like, any XP whatsoever. Blizzard, for whatever reason, ever since, like, the Legion invasion stuff, they have not really liked for players to actually do the invasions at low levels. I don't know, but, like, Time Rifts, for instance, gave absolutely nothing. So if Time Rifts gave absolutely nothing, and all of the other buffs gave absolutely, or all the other events gave absolutely nothing, like the, Feast and Dragonbane Keep and all that stuff, none of that was relevant for leveling whatsoever. It all gave absolutely garbage experience. I don't really think that will change. It is possible, right? And I'll test it. You know, even on this stream, I'll test it just so you can see. But I do not expect that it's going to be relevant for leveling. It's also, I mean, it's kind of weird, right? Because I don't really think, even if it does give, like, okay experience, the way that this, like, zone is structured is, there's just not a lot of events that actually happen. So it's not like the Legion invasions where you're killing bosses and stuff like that, and you're completing world quests. You just kind of, like, how do I describe it? You do some generic, like, wave-based invasion rift things, and then you have to go and, like, scoop up items in the open world that, like, are currency that you can then use to buy gear. And, let me, real quick, not die here. This is kind of one of the issues, like I said, Devastation Evoker at low gear. Obviously, I have, like, really good gear. I'm able to quickly, like, blast through a lot of these mobs. But if I did not have high gear, and I was not able to kill a lot of these guys before they did a ton of damage to me, which, you know, if you don't have a lot of the stuff set up, can be the case, Devastation Evoker will really struggle to kill things effectively. I also have one new item that I can equip, can get that belt right there. I lose a little bit of speed for my crafted Shadowlands belt, but it's not really that much of an impact compared to just getting additional stats. I also have a gem socket on this particular belt that I picked up, so that makes it especially worth it. But yeah, I guess I'll comment more on the XP that it gives when we actually test it, but what I will say for now is I don't expect it to be very good. The main reason to do the event, I guess, is for the buff that it actually gives, which, for the record, you don't actually need to participate in it at all. It is just passive the moment you, like, the moment it gets voted for, you get the bonus. Come on, where's my hover? Okay, I actually almost died there. Sketchy. I got, like, slowed and I ran out of hover charges. I should probably bank one hover charge in case that situation happens again, where I, like, end up stuck in an AoE and I can't move because I used it for mobility early. I also, one thing that I should be doing that I'm not is, you very, very much so need to be proactive about your defensive usage while leveling as Devastation with, Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze. Because if you activate that before doing a large pull like I did there, you know, you end up pretty healthy. And you can also use your instant Living Flame charges to heal you. But if you don't pop that, you don't really have many get-out-of-jail-free cards as an Evoker. You don't have, like, you know, burst healing, like, you know, Paladin has access to Word of Glory, stuff like that. So I need to make sure I'm thinking ahead a little bit on that. Okay, yeah, see, those treasures give XP, but for whatever reason, the Explorer's Expedition sacks do not. Don't know why, only some of them. I could pioneer a new type of speedrun, recorded content. Imagine how quickly you could level if you ensured you had all of the best buffs. I mean, you, like, that's the thing, though. With my actual world records, though, I do. the only RNG in terms of like 10 to 60 right now, and there really was no RNG before outside of like specific dungeon queues. But if you look at my world record, for instance, there's only one tiny bit of RNG, and that's like which dungeons I get while leveling up. And I got really lucky there. Everything else in terms of like actually getting the buffs and stuff, I have all of that. There's no RNG there. The only RNG would be specifically with leveling 60 to 70 with the Dream Surge buffs, which, I mean, that's the thing. What I might do, assuming I can't get the perfect run, like if I can get an actual perfect speed run with all of that RNG, and mind you, I will try to do, at least a few attempts of that, but I can't necessarily say whether or not it's going to be, like, effective, right? I may just completely miss out, get bad RNG, etc. If I fail to get the perfect run set up, you know, in an actual regular scenario, I'll probably then go ahead and do like a segmented speedrun, kind of like what you said, like a slash played run, where I do guarantee all of the buffs. And that way I'd basically be saying, hey, this is how fast the run could be if I got like absolute godlike RNG. Something like that. And I know a lot of people will always, and that's the other thing, a lot of people will always ask me why I don't do slash played speedruns, or why I don't actually show slash played or rely on slash played. And that's because there's a lot of ways to cheese slash played, like I could do there. And in some cases, slash played runs are good for that particular case, I would say. It's good for demonstrating what is theoretically possible if you do everything correctly. But there's a lot of stuff that I think is like doable with slash played runs that is just impractical for normal stuff. Like what a lot of people will do is they will do daily quests every single day for like 40 days and level up in like 2 hours or something like that. And it's like, well, yeah, if you only do a really efficient set of quests every single day for 40 days in a row, I mean, I guess that's probably going to be pretty fast. But how many people would rather save 1 hour and then have to log in every single day like a routine and do all of that stuff? Maybe some people would tell me, oh, I would rather actually do that. And I don't know. I also don't like entirely know how that's set up. I've just been sent screenshots and like generic explanations by people, but it has always seemed like way too much work to ever be practical, both for something that I would want to do or something that would apply to like, you know, an average player. So I've just never really looked into it further. But there's a lot of cheesy things you could do. The obvious other one, and one of the reasons why that strategy is so effective, is rested experience, right? So if you just bank a shit ton of rested XP, so if you only level when you have rested XP active, and then you wait, accumulate maximum rested XP, level again, and just rinse repeat, well, yeah, that's gonna end up being quite literally 200% faster than leveling normally with my route. Because, well, rested XP, I guess it would only be 100% faster, right? Because rested XP gives you 200% increased experience, which is just 100% more than normal. So obviously that would be faster, but that would require you to level a character over the span of many, many, many months. And it's not like you'd be doing anything differently. You can, but you could also do the exact same route, and it would just be faster, because you'd be getting additional experience by waiting out the timer. But I mean, not only do I not want to do that, because that would, like I said, take literally months of my time to do, I just don't really think it's terribly interesting or practical. So, if somebody wants to do that, fine. But, like I said, if I were to do a run like that was based on slash played, it would purely be for, like, demonstrating, you know, what would happen if I had perfect RNG, something like that. Are these pre-recorded? No. I like to answer every question thoroughly. So, you know, I will read every message in chat eventually. Just, it'll take me a second to get around to it. So, Walter, you also just said, I'm trying to perfect the run. I don't know what that means. If you're just trying to perfect your own personal speedrun play, feel free to elaborate on that. But if you're just saying you're trying to, like, you know, get a more perfect run and improve your time, then yeah, definitely good. I think everybody should strive to do that. That's at least what I always strive to do, and I know a lot of people will tell me that, you know, oh, I've been practicing and I managed to get, like, X time, which is, like, an hour shaved from my next best, and, you know, it's always cool to see people trying to get, like, better and better at, getting faster. Just turn this in. Can go down here, and then there's a wanted quest that I can pick up. I've been trying to use aerial halt more often, because I know some people have been telling me that aerial halt is really good at restoring vigor. If, you know, you're going like this, and then you need to quickly stop, aerial halt, and then it just makes your vigor ramp up time later on much faster. So I've been trying to get into the habit of doing that. It's hard to always remember. But I do agree that it feels pretty good. There we go. Now I'll turn in that quest later. So the next thing that I want to do is... Are there any world quests that I can do? We can go down here to Lilac Ramble. What's the best class for a speedrun? At the moment, Druid, and I would say Guardian is the best spec, generally speaking. You don't want dungeon leveling to ever be superior to questing for the simple reason it requires groups. You don't want dungeon leveling nerfed either, but you don't want to feel forced. Yeah, it's... I completely agree with you. I know a lot of people dislike whenever I knock dungeon leveling, because I get it, it's fun if you're, like, leveling with friends, but personally, as somebody who likes to do these speedruns, I hate it when dungeon leveling is the most efficient. And the problem with, like, whenever dungeon leveling is the most efficient, right? A lot of people will complain about, you know, when I do my dungeon runs, I will... why are the quests not showing up on my minimap? That is odd. Whenever I do dungeon runs, like, from 10 to 60, I will actively, like, leave dungeons whenever it's one that I don't want. And the reality is that pure dungeon leveling is almost never faster. It, technically speaking, has almost never been faster in World of Warcraft's history. There have been times when doing dungeons was just, like, really, really, really fast. And generally speaking... What is... Yeah, I don't know what's going on with some of the stuff in my UI right now. Like, my quest button thing is not appearing. I don't really know what's going on with that. Not really a big deal, because I can still just do it. Oh, fuck. Do it from my inventory. Just minor inconvenience. But yeah, people will complain when I do something like that. And they're like, oh, I hate how, like, you encourage leaving groups and stuff like that. But the reality is, it's like Blizzard designs the system to be like that, and I don't want to do it either. But if Blizzard makes it so I lose a massive amount of time, you know, staying in a dungeon that I've already done the quest for, well then, what Blizzard should do is make it so you can't get dungeons that you've already done the quest for. Because otherwise, I just am incentivized by the way that they've designed the game to leave the dungeon. And I don't know, it's a bit of a tricky situation, because some people always say, like, oh, well, you know, you're fucking over other people, because then they have to wait for a tank. I don't really think it matters that much. If it was, like, severely impacting other players, obviously I wouldn't do it. But I also just wish that Blizzard would change the way that that stuff works. I wish that, you know, the dungeon quests, I don't know. I think, honestly, the best solution is kind of what I said, where if you've already done all the quests for a certain dungeon, it can't appear in your results anymore. I think that's a very easy way to make it so people just don't get duplicate dungeons and therefore have no reason to leave. I guess in that case, you would still have situations where, you know, if you got Escape from Durnhold, you would still want to leave, because Escape from Durnhold is really bad even if you haven't done the quests. That's one of those where I guess there really isn't any way to fix it. Just Escape from Durnhold is a shit dungeon. I don't really know. It just kind of sucks to do. But at least for stuff like Dragonflight, it would make it less punishing to get, like, Neltharis 3 times in a row when you've already done all the Neltharis dungeon quests, and then, you know, wouldn't feel nearly as bad. So I need 2 more eggs. I can... What am I in combat with? I'm in combat with something. Okay, I don't know what that was. But it's fine now. There's also the war chest dropping literally directly on top of me. I've never actually gotten that within a speedrun, because it's, like, never actually worth getting. There's usually people there that'll just kill you and then you lose all your buffs. Technically speaking, I could do it here. Okay, what is happening? Are none of my add-ons working? Leatrix Plus? Why is sell junk automatically not checked? What the actual hell? Where is system? Okay, no wonder that wasn't working. All of my settings in Leatrix Plus, for whatever reason, on the PTR just got completely reset. We've never seen that before. At least I know what the problem was now. Okay, what do I need to do? I need to refresh my buffs. And then I'm just going to refresh my food buff, and then I will click off the Darkmoon Fair buff and use one of the top hats just to make sure it's refreshed. Seconds ins top hat. Okay, and then after I'm done with Lilac Ramble, so we have only a few more things left here to do. Kriva said, I'll never make it in time. That's fine. I mean, you always have the recording to watch. But yeah, so after I do Lilac Ramble, I will go ahead and check Waking Shores again, and then while I'm in Waking Shores, we can do one or two little invasions and kind of see how long that takes overall. Or rather, not how long it takes, because the invasions have no time limit. There's like no end point for doing it. You just close portals and do stuff. So it's not really like Legion invasions. It's just kind of an endless kill mobs type deal. So I guess we'll close like one or two portals. Maybe if there's an empowered rare, which isn't up 100% of the time, but that's like part of it. If one of them's up, I can do that and see how much experience it gives. We'll check it out. But I will do that after this, because I want to make sure, you know, I'm at least not losing too much time by testing that. And since I need to check Waking Shores in a little bit anyways, just overall works out fairly well. So far, in terms of time, we're actually doing pretty good, I would say. Because it may look like, you know, an hour and we're still 64, but remember, we've skipped all of Waking Shores, which has massive modifiers. I haven't even done at least most of the crafting experience yet. So that's like a huge chunk of experience that I just haven't gotten yet in this particular run. We've been kind of all over the place. So what'll probably end up happening is I'll be falling slightly behind my usual time for most of this run, and then whenever Waking Shores actually gets the buff, or if I eventually give up and just do it anyway, then we're just going to rapidly catch up very close to level 70 and should... what's it called? Should pass my usual time. I don't think my RNG has been good enough to necessarily beat my Druid World Record attempt, but I definitely think my Druid World Record attempt, the 60 to 70 portions specifically, which I think was, what, like an hour 59 minutes, it was barely sub 2 hours. That time, I would say, is almost certainly beatable with this new stuff, provided you get fairly lucky. So I would just have to see exactly how it plays out. Let's see. What's the best DH race? I don't remember there being so much RP in this quest. I don't know why I always thought this quest was much faster. Either way. I wonder, I've never really tried this. Can I always like to do little potential time loss stuff that could also be a time save in runs where, you know, it's not super serious. So I've never tried starting this RP and then while it's going on, fighting the rare then. Because I always assumed that I would be out of range. I think I might be. But on the off chance that it does work, I don't know how far away you can be before it, like, ends the RP. This would actually be, you know, a 15-second, 30-second time save. Because normally I just have to sit here and wait. I think it failed. What quest is this? Anaran Plains in memory of Ysera. Okay, I think it did actually fail, which is unfortunate. It's also possible that maybe if I were to do that, but I were to stay, like, just barely outside the cave. In fact, I actually think I completely broke the quest. I think I need to abandon and then completely re-accept to get Theramis to appear again. Where is... yeah, there we go. Alright. There we go. Yeah, I don't know exactly what the range would be. It's possible that maybe if I were to go, like... I'm not going to test it again because I don't want to reset it. We'll test it another time. But if I tagged the mob in the cave and, like, dragged it out here, maybe I could stay within the quest's RP range, and that would still be, like, a minor time save. If I could do something during this RP. Who knows? Something to consider, I suppose. Alright, now... I can... Dollar on Hearth, and... we're going to head to Valdrakken again, and then head to Waking Shores, and then we will check that stuff. Have I tried the new event that gives 25 reputation? That is literally what we are testing in this run. Yes. The entire purpose of this run is to test that event. It's also, I mean, I assume you mean experience. It does give reputation. Or actually, the 25% buff is only experience, but there is also a 50% buff that gives both XP and reputation. So yes, that is literally the entire purpose of this run. We are testing to see how that impacts the routing. I will be doing more runs in the future to test this, of course, because, you know, you can't find the perfect run in one singular speedrun, but we'll get there, for sure. Also, keep in mind, heading through Valdrakken, good chance that we get a memory leak. Just, you know, keep that in mind if my voice cuts out. I will once again, the moment we get to Waking Shores, completely restart the game just to fix any lingering issues there. Also, while I'm... you know what? I'm not going to turn in Aiding the Accord, because I think I can turn in Aiding the Accord in Waking Shores. And theoretically, the XP buff from Waking Shores should apply to that quest turn-in as well, provided I'm under the effects of it when I turn in Aiding the Accord. I think. Could be wrong in that, though. Alright, fingers crossed. No memory leak so far. We're still going to be restarting, but I'm not even going to look. So you can see here the buff that won is Dream Surge Thorncloak. Gives you thorns or something like that. Not even going to look. I'm going to restart the game, and then we're going to check the buff when I get back in. So cross your fingers. Please be XP. Please be XP. Do I listen to music when you play WoW off-screen? A lot of times, yes. A lot of times I'll watch something on like Netflix or Hulu, though. So I'll either watch... oh, I pressed play. WoW is okay. What is going on? Hold on. I'm just going to close... World of Warcraft's being a bit finicky right now. It's really struggling to actually start up. Okay, I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it like 30 seconds, or not 30 seconds, 10 seconds. Then I'm going to press play again. Hopefully it actually launches properly this time. Come on. There we go. Okay. Thoughts on Fuego Jack Cheese? No opinion. I don't really know what that is. Right, there we go. You personally rely on /played. So, just to be clear, there's absolutely nothing wrong with relying on /played as your own personal tracker. When I say I don't like doing /played stuff, it's specifically for me, and it's specifically using /played as a metric to compare stuff. So, if you are just checking your own personal /played, and you're just like, I wonder how fast I did this. Also, we got shafted. Fuck. I'll at least vote Lone Wolf, because that'll technically give me a damage buff. Oh, definitely got shafted here. So now I need to consider what I want to do. Obviously, keep in mind, this would be run... like, if this were an actual speedrun attempt, so if I do this in the future, this is kind of the problem. The run would be dead here. Because I didn't get the XP buff. It just hasn't been offered as an option. Now I need to think, within the context of this run, how do I play around this as best as possible? Which I think is interesting still to watch, because obviously if you're leveling casually and maybe you want to do it all in one sitting, maybe you don't have the luxury of waiting for the XP buff to roll around and just, doing what I said before, leveling with /played, right? How do I want to account for this? So I've done everything that I want to do in Onaran Plains. The only quest I still have to turn in there is I did Wanted Marinar the Thunderous. I set my Hearthstone to Tirakai, so when I Hearthstone, I'm going to turn this in. Now, I can also spend my talent points. I'm going to just go Hoarded Power, and let's go with Scarlet Adaptation. Oh, I have 2 points. Then definitely Terror of the Skies, yeah. There's a few other good options. I think Obsidian Bulwark. Actually, you know what? I like Obsidian Bulwark more than Terror of the Skies, just as a flexible extra charge. I'll take Terror of the Skies next, though. Okay, so I have a few options, right? I have effectively like 5.5 levels left to go. I have all of crafting experience, or like 90% of my crafting experience left. I have all these crafting quests. That alone probably gets me to like 65 and some change. So I effectively have 5 levels left to get. Azur's Span, if I continue along with it, probably gives me at least 3 levels. Waking Shores normally would give me 2 levels. Waking Shores with the 25% buff would definitely give me 2 levels and probably then some. And I could also include some extra quests. So the question is, how much do I do in Azur's Span? When do I switch to Waking Shores? And I suppose there is still a possibility that the very last buff option here is the XP one, which at this point, I wouldn't even... The earliest I could get the XP buff is in an hour, or 50 minutes, which is not good. There is a chance, though, that theoretically, if the very next one is the XP buff, I will have already started Waking Shores by then, but I could get an additional 50% XP for the latter half of Waking Shores, which means I should still save it for the very end. Yeah. I think, you know what, I kind of like turning all of this stuff in just now, getting these quests out of the way, because we already know that I'm not going to be able to get everything possible within Waking Shores. Alright, that's fine. Then I'm going to go ahead and Hearth to Tirakai, and then I will do that. This just means that I effectively get my level 65 talent point a little bit earlier, which is, I guess, kind of nice. Probably doesn't matter too much, because I usually forget to spend them for a minute or two anyways. But, just in theory, I like this. And yeah, now the question is, how long do I stay in Azur's Span? Or rather, how much do I do? Okay, so since I've already progressed a decent amount through the Azur's Span campaign, I've said before, but Iskara is a very, very good... You know what, actually, I'm just going to do 3 Falls Lookout while I'm here. Since, you know, Tirakai passes... The path from Tirakai back to the quest area passes directly over here. And you always need to make a detour to get here anyway. It's never like 3 Falls Lookout is directly on your path. So this is actually the perfect time to do it. And it's already an efficient questline, so there's no reason to not do 3 Falls Lookout. Just get that done right now. There we go. I don't know why the quest didn't pick up the first time. There's also, I think, one more quest down here that I need to pick up. Yeah, there we go. Alright, and then we can go and do all of these quests. So, I'll do this first, since I'm here. Then, since I've already gotten a lot of, like, the slow parts of the Azur's Span campaign done, it's almost certainly efficient for me to at least continue it up until the point when I hit Iskara. And then, when I get to Iskara, I can do all of those side quests, because a lot of those are really efficient. Then I have a few options. That should get me to probably 66. And How long will it take, I guess, is a better question. I actually didn't consider it, but technically speaking, killing the mob closer to the cave entrance, I think, saves a few seconds. Because you get... the mob runs out of the cave faster, so you get quest completion a little bit earlier. Not a huge deal, but something I just never really considered. Deep breath. I want to do a short deep breath so I don't stay animation locked for as long. Yeah, I fucking love that spell. Well, leveling deep breath's honestly kind of insane. Okay. I can also kill this rare mob while I'm at it. I have a decent amount of cooldowns. I don't have Dragon Rage, but I do have Bloodlust. So I can do Shattering Star, and then big Eternity Surge. Fire, fire, Pants on Fire. Alright. I don't really think this rare is worth killing, but it's one of those things where it's like, I'm already right here. May as well. And I also want to... I don't have Abandoned Zone quests installed on the PTR. I'm missing a lot of add-ons on this version of the PTR. It's always hard to keep track, because now Blizzard switches them around so frequently. So it used to be that there was like one retail PTR that I would just have all my add-ons and stuff on. And nowadays, they kind of keep changing it up, like which one is the active PTR. Like, I think right now, the old PTR server is being used for Classic Hardcore, so that's where like all of my traditional add-ons are. Unholy or Frost for raids? Both are good for different reasons. You honestly can't go wrong with either. I think, like, they're both very strong, right? Unholy, I think, has a higher ceiling, but it is also much harder to play. So, obviously, I can't speak for your own personal play, but I think it is generally a safe bet that if you are brand new to DK, you are probably going to get more mileage out of Frost in the meantime. Obviously, I'm not saying stay away from Unholy. I will never, like, want to discourage people from playing the more difficult specs, but probably try both. Play Frost early if you want to get into raiding immediately, and then maybe learn Unholy on the side. So once you get really good at it, and you can play it in like some of the more challenging fights, you can do really well. It also, like, Unholy, I think, I don't know if I would say it requires PI to be really good, but I know that it does benefit from PI, so, like, I don't know, if you're in, like, maybe an unoptimized raid comp where you don't have PI, or you only have one PI and it's going to, like, a suboptimal class or something like that, you're probably going to struggle a bit on Unholy compared to Frost. But I'm also not a DK expert, so I don't know exactly how true that is. One thing I do know is that I believe Unholy is a lot more gear dependent than Frost, from what I've been told by my Death Knight friends. I know that they need, like, they have a very, very, very rigid stat priority, and, like, I don't think it's the case anymore, but I know back in Season 1, they needed Puzzle Box. Right? Like, it was just so good for them that a Mythic 0 puzzle box was better than literally any other trinket. That's just how broken it was. So you kind of needed to farm a lot of very specific items, very specific stats to really make Unholy work. Just because of how much benefit it gained from its mastery and how that, like, impacted its burst window. Once again, I don't know if that is still the case, but I would imagine so, because I don't think a ton has changed, you know, in such a short time. And that was Vault of the Incarnate specifically that I'm referring to. Let me just do Emerald Blossom here. I just got the heal benefit from that. Let me scroll up and read some chat that I missed. I think I read the question of what is the best DH race, and then I just forgot to actually answer it. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter. I think the best, obviously, Demon Hunter, it's kind of weird, right? Because there's only two options. And both Blood Elf and Night Elf are generally considered to be good races. So it's not really like, you know, one of those cases where, oh yeah, these are the clear race options. Like, you know, for non-Demon Hunters, I think it's safe to say that Dwarf is the best race. But obviously, Demon Hunters can't be Dwarves. So within the remaining options, both Night Elf and Blood Elf are good, like, in terms of actual numbers, I think they're both fine. You know, let me just double check. Blood Mallet. Obviously, Blood Mallet isn't the end-all, be-all of simulations. Blood Elf for Havoc single target is very slightly ahead. For Havoc AoE, very, very, very slightly ahead. Actually, slightly ahead by a decent amount. And then Vengeance, I believe it's like dead even. Let me check. Blood Elf barely ahead. Literally 30 damage ahead, according to the AoE sim. Single target Night Elf is ahead by 3 DPS, which effectively, that is like way beyond sim variance, right? So 3 DPS means nothing. So all that to say, in terms of raw damage for both Havoc and Vengeance, both races are effectively the same. They really don't have anything different. I think Night Elf, what does Night Elf get? Night Elf is like, you get different bonuses during the day or night. Blood Elf gets 1% crit. Generally speaking, I mean, crit is just good for Demon Hunters. Definitely good for Vengeance. I believe it's good for Havoc. I'm pretty sure. I know they have some, like, I-Beam guarantees crits, but I think they also have something where it's like, they get additional benefits by having more crit. So that's probably why it's slightly better for Havoc relative to Vengeance, but that is still, once again, fully within sim variance. Not really that much of a difference. So damage-wise, they're the same. So really, Demon Hunter racials, it boils down to, I would say, do you want Shadow Meld or do you want Arcane Torrent? And both Shadow Meld and Arcane Torrent are very powerful racials for completely different situations. Shadow Meld for Mythic Plus, it's kind of weird because it's good. Like, Shadow Meld is a very powerful Mythic Plus racial. However, Shadow Meld is at its best when everyone is Night Elf. So a lot of the times when you've seen Shadow Melds being really useful, it was in metas where half the group played Night Elf, and you used Shadow Meld to drop combat and effectively skip large parts of the dungeon. And having only a single person with Shadow Meld, generally speaking, isn't that useful. It's not useless, so, like, obviously it's still a good racial. But there are much more limited use cases for where you could get, like, a time save out of that as a single player, relative to, you know, if your entire group were to drop combat. Because nowadays, you know, since everyone is not playing Night Elf, at least for, like, Alliance Mythic Plus, you already have built-in ways to skip most trash. So you either have, like, you know, if you have a rogue or something, you can Shroud, but a lot of times you'll also just Mind Soothe with a priest, which is, you know, part of the meta comp, and skip that way, which means you don't really need Shadow Meld. That being said, no, Arcane Torrent also isn't always useful. Arcane Torrent is one of those racials where if there is a magic debuff that you can get rid of, it's extremely powerful. It's not as broken as, like, original Arcane Torrent, like the version that we have in Classic, but it is still an absurdly powerful racial to have. So, when, like, for example, a good case of where Arcane Torrent was ridiculously busted is Broodkeeper Diurna. Broodkeeper Diurna, you either needed priests to mass dispel the healing debuffs off of the ads, or you needed Blood Elves for Arcane Torrent. So, having, in our case, like, when I did Broodkeeper Diurna prog, we had one priest, and then we had 2 Demon Hunters. Or actually, we had 1 Demon Hunter and then me. I was not actually playing Demon Hunter at the time, I was to be a Blood Elf Demon Hunter, per se. You could have had Blood Elves on, you know, different classes, right? But since, obviously, you have limited racial uses in general on Demon Hunter, in that case, it was just infinitely better to be Blood Elf there and be the person who was dispelling the ads, and then everybody else could be, I don't know, Dwarf or something like that. And they wouldn't need to worry about having to dispel the ads. So, this particular raid tier, off the top of my head, I can't really think of any situation where Arcane Torrent has been, like, insanely useful. I'm trying to, like, quickly go through all the fights off memory. Yeah. There hasn't been any case that I can think of where I've used Arcane Torrent to deal with a mechanic. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't... There's no debuffs, at least relevant debuffs, right now that are removed by Arcane Torrent in Aberrus the Shadowed Crucible. So, it's still not a bad racial, mind you, even if you aren't dispelling something. It also gives you resources, so you can use it to generate Fury. Like, I know a lot of Havoc DHs will use it on pull to generate Fury. I technically don't do that, because it's not really, like... Whereas Havoc needs more of their resource, like Fury is kind of an issue for them. Generally speaking, it doesn't generate nearly enough Fury for Vengeance to be worth using on pull. Like, there's multiple other things that I can be using on pull that give me, like, more damage. So, I guess that's another reason why Blood Elf isn't necessarily that important for Vengeance. Like, as I read on The Sims earlier, you can check if you want, just to see on your own. But... yeah, I guess it's kind of nice. So even if you aren't spelling anything, it's a good racial. So I don't know, I guess that was overly thorough. The correct answer, mind you, is just play what you enjoy. So don't worry about which racial is better. As we've already seen, the difference is extremely minor, but also just racials in general. You know, while Dwarf for non-Demon Hunters may be kind of universally the best race at the moment, if you don't want to play a Dwarf, don't play a Dwarf, right? Play what you want. But... that is, technically speaking, I guess, an overly thorough answer on what the best Demon Hunter race is. And then, I guess, the second part of your question, what's my opinion on Volparen Rogue in endgame content? I mean, I guess, like I already said, racials don't really matter. I will say, on the topic of Volpera, once again, disclaimer, play what you enjoy, blah-de-blah-de-blah. Volpera is, generally speaking, the worst race in the game at the moment. Which sucks, because I know a lot of people really like playing Volpera. The Volpera racials are atrocious for endgame anything. I don't know about PvP, but I'm pretty sure they are also not good at PvP. I know there's some PvPers who watch my stream, so if you want to chime in and say, oh yeah, Volpera racials are actually really good, I have no idea. But unless somebody says otherwise, I'm pretty sure they are bad. And for rating in Mythic Plus, Volpera is arguably the worst race in the entire game. There are some races that are, like, for specific classes and specs, like Nightborn for people without any sort of magic damage, I think is probably worse than Volpera. But Nightborn is also really good for people who do have magic damage, so by nature of that, Nightborn isn't necessarily a bad race, it's just only applicable to certain races. Whereas, you know, other races it's just really bad for. Whereas Volpera, there is not a single class or spec that the Volpera racials are, like, particularly good or bad for. They are just bad overall for everybody. And it's a real shame, honestly. You know, I don't like having to say that, which is why it's just kind of unfortunate. Because, as anyone who has watched my, like, speedruns would know, I use Volpera a lot for leveling runs. Because in terms of, like, leveling efficiency, Make Camp is an amazing racial. It's also just really fun to use. The ability to basically place a portable Hearthstone anywhere in the world, it's just really cool. It's a really fun racial to play around with. And Make Camp is fine, but obviously Make Camp has no impact on endgame stuff whatsoever. So the only impact that Volpera has for endgame is their Bag of Tricks, I think it's called, which does literally nothing. It is, for a lot of specs, it is actually a waste of a GCD to press. They have so many other things that just do more damage or are more worth pressing than even using Bag of Tricks. That is just how low impact bad of a spell it is. And then Nose for Trouble obviously can't really be measured by, like, you know, Sims or whatever, because it's a defensive thing. It doesn't actually do damage. So you could argue that Nose for Trouble is fine. But I would say, considering how terrible Bag of Tricks is, and the fact that Volpera gets literally 0 damage out of the racials, for it to be worth running, you would need it to be, like, absolutely busted for survivability. And I can tell you right now, it is far from being the best survivability racial. That's just not even a question. So, it's not like you will ever be taking Nose for Trouble purely for, like, oh, it's a good survivability racial. It's not. You could argue whether or not it is, like, good at all, And I would say maybe it is better than some other racials, but is it nearly good enough to outweigh how bad Bag of Tricks is? Absolutely not. Racials are kind of in a weird state just because of how broken dwarves are. Because kind of like I said with the whole Bag of Tricks is just never going to be at all worth considering when you have something like Stoneform, which is way, way better defensive racial. Stoneform is like, does everything that Bag of Tricks, or that Nose for Trouble does, but better. It's ridiculously powerful. But then dwarves also have some of the best damage-dealing racials on top of that. Which is why dwarves are just so dominant right now. For a lot of specs, they are the best simming DPS race, and they have one of the best utility racials in the form of Stoneform. So they just have everything. There is no downside to playing a dwarf, which, yeah. I generally, obviously, I say racials don't matter, but I do think that it is kind of annoying that, you know, personally, I hate the fact that if I were to play Monk next tier, I would probably have to swap dwarf. And I don't really want to. Like, I didn't swap dwarf during Vault of the Incarnates, because back then, when I was playing my Monk, like, cross-faction thing hadn't been fully implemented yet. Like, you could only do it for, I think it was like, you could only have a few people, otherwise your guild would be ineligible. What the fuck is happening? Okay, I don't know. The cast time didn't show up, so I wasn't sure if it was actually working. But yeah, so I couldn't swap to any race back in Vaults on my Monk. And also, as I've already mentioned, because I was one of the 2 Blood Elves in my raid for Diurna, I asked if I could swap to Void Elf, just because I thought Void Elf was cool for my Monk. And I was actually told no, because they needed me to do the Dispels on Diurna. So I was like, okay, whatever. I didn't really care that much. It was like a little bit annoying. But point being, I couldn't have actually played Dwarf if I wanted to. But obviously, if I were to, let's say, main Brewmaster next year, I would probably need to play Dwarf on my Monk. And I've already made my Death Knight a Dwarf. So if I play Blood Decay, I'm also going to be a Dwarf. So unless Blizzard fixes that, I'm kind of forced to play a specific race if I really want to, you know, min-max and play properly. And, like, I get it. It doesn't affect, like, the vast majority of the player base, but it does affect me, and I don't really want to play a Dwarf, right? And racials at this point are just so imbalanced that I kind of feel like I have to. And I don't really think that it should ever be in a point where you literally feel you need to play a certain thing or you're just worse. And that is kind of the case with dwarves at the moment, which sucks. BFA faction assaults are absolute garbage for leveling. They are now. They also weren't great back in the day, but you have to keep in mind, back when BFA faction assaults were added, they actually weren't terrible for leveling, relative to a lot of the other stuff that was available at the time. So it wasn't good, but at the time that it was added, BFA faction assaults were really not that bad. That said, yeah, they're pretty bad now. But, like, Legion assaults, for instance, were actually pretty good. Legion assaults, technically speaking, are still okay. I would say if you really wanted to make a Legion zone work, you would do Vol Shra while it's under the effect of, like, a Legion invasion. I think that would probably be the best way to do it. Because then you would be able to do, like, some of the Vol Shra quests while also knocking out the Legion invasion. It's not really worth it because the rest of it isn't efficient, and honestly, I'm kind of glad that Legion invasions are not really, like, they're good, but they're not, like, good enough to be worth including in the route, because I'm already complaining, right, about having to do all, like, the timing stuff for the, what's it called? Like, you know, the dream surges. I keep wanting to call them dream rifts, but they're dream surges. Already complaining about having to do that. It's just going to be even worse, or it would be even worse if I had to figure that timing out for... Am I blind? Oh, the quest blended in. It would be worse if I had to figure it out for, like, the Legion timing as well, and plan a speedrun around all that stuff. That wouldn't really be fun, at least not for me. I always forget the locations of these funerary offerings. I generally speaking remember the usual place within Iskara that the funerary offerings are located, but I always forget the exact spot until I double check. Also, it's now 1:30 server time. Oh, I forgot to talk to Rowie before entering. It's 1:30 server time, which means that a new set of buffs are available in Waking Shores. So it's one of those things where right now, if I wanted to, I could go and check Waking Shores to see which buffs are up, to see if the XP thing is up. But even if the XP buff is up right now for voting, I don't know, it's a little bit weird because it wouldn't actually change the way that I approach the zones, right? Because no matter what happens, let's say the XP buff is active, or is going to be active at 2 p.m., right? Well, that means I still am doing stuff outside of Waking Shores for the next 30 minutes, and I actually don't think I have longer than 30 minutes left within Azure Span. So I think, technically speaking, the best thing that I can do right now would actually be to continue in Azure Span, and then I want to head over to the Waking Shores at like 5 minutes or something before the Dream Surge event gets picked. Because what I want to make sure is that if the XP buff is one of the available options, I am there within the zone to cast my vote for it, and assuming nobody else has randomly voted for a different option, then that should, my vote should, win, because I'm the only person really playing on the PTR right now. So, as long as, nobody else is here, if I cast my singular vote for the leveling buff, if it happens to be active in this particular 30-second window, then I would guarantee that it is active. Whereas, if I do nothing, if the leveling buff is currently active, or is currently available in, the poll for the Dream Surge, then what would happen is it would pick randomly 50-50 each one of the two, so there's a chance that if I get there late, the leveling buff could have been an option, and I just never knew. So I always want to make sure, in this particular case, because of the situation that I'm in, that I at least double-check, right? I should also note that I don't think I pulled my headphones out. I accidentally caught my finger in my headphone and yanked one of them out of my ear, which sucks. If anyone happens to want to hop on the PTR and check right now and let me know, that would definitely be appreciated. And that way, if you happen to see that the XP buff is one of the available options, you can cast your vote for it and make sure that it gets picked. This is pretty much the last window that we'll get, though, I think. Because if the XP buff is not available for voting from 1:30 to 2 p.m., then I really don't see the last 4 levels taking longer than an hour. So that means that the next time it could theoretically be active wouldn't be until 2:30, and I should hopefully already have hit max level by that point, so then I won't actually benefit from it. Which would suck. Knowing my luck for this run, I think that's probably what's going to happen, but hey, that's the reason we're testing this. It's important to understand, how often you're likely to benefit from this stuff so you can plan around it accordingly. How hard was my mage speedrun compared to my evoker run in terms of almost dying? Hard to say. I mean, if we're talking about the fire mage run, I almost died multiple times on my fire mage run, but, there were also a lot of times where I intentionally played really risky, and I did very large pulls that I knew had a chance of killing me, but you'll see, I had it all under control. So it wasn't like I was ever wow, I almost died there, I almost fucked up. No. I would do very, large pulls, I would play around my barriers and stuff, and I would be at very low health, but, I kind of had it under control the entire time. So I think overall it was fine. I suppose if I had made a mistake during one of those, really large, risky pulls, I probably would have been in danger of just, dying because of a fuck-up. Whereas Evoker, it's also kind of hard to compare one-to-one, right? Because the mage speedrun that you're referring to was a 40 to 60 run, and the Evoker run is 60 to 70. So mage also has a lot more survivability tools from 60 to 70. As Evoker, I think, generally speaking, with Devastation, with my current gear that I have, I'm probably a bit more safe, because as long as I play around Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze, and I do pulls like what I just did, where I pull a shit ton of stuff, but I have both of my defensives up, and I have Dragon Rage, where I know that I'm going to immediately burst the mob down, I would say that unless I catastrophically fuck up, which, like, I almost did once earlier in the run, but then, like, you know, after I shook off the rust, now I've been playing it pretty fine. And I haven't really been in danger of dying since I've started being more proactive about using Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze. So I would say overall, Evoker, when played properly with solid gear, is pretty safe. Evoker starts to be really scary if you don't kill things within that window, though. Which, if you have really shit gear, is a possibility. So, if you pop Dragon Rage, and you pop Obsidian Scales and Renewing Blaze procs, heals you, and your Dragon Rage fades, your Dragon Rage fades, and all of the mobs are still alive, that's when you start going, oh, fuck. And you have to start kiting, because then you are in trouble. I have my last crafted items that I can equip. Or not crafted, but BOE items that I can equip right now. So there you go. That should be everything that I'm using for this run. I can also quickly refresh my buffs while this ticks down. I thought I saw somebody leap off a dragon. It might have just been like some random mobs. But like I almost thought out of the corner of my eye I saw somebody flying, like taking off on their dragon, and I was like, wait, why is somebody right here? It's the PTR. Which, you know, is of course scary, right? Because if that was a player that I did happen to see, there is good chances that it is actually an Alliance player who is then trying to murder me on the PTR, because why else would they be here? So I need to at least keep that in mind. It really wouldn't matter, right? Because this isn't a serious speedrun, so if somebody does try to gank me, okay, whatever. But I'd rather avoid it if possible. Alright, I need to be really conservative about how I use my Dragon Riding Vigor here. I'm going to take Terror of the Skies. I'm going to take Scintillation, I think. How do I want to play this? I need to stay really low to the ground as long as possible, and then use Rock Skimming to basically regen Vigor here, because I'm fairly low. So stay low to the ground, make sure I'm constantly regenning if I want to get as much distance as possible. And let me make sure I'm just playing this properly. So now I'm going to do Camp Nowhere and the other stuff over here. And once I'm done with Camp Nowhere, now I can just kind of zip here. Once I'm done with these particular quests, it should only take me about 15 minutes to do all this stuff. That will leave the, whatever this is, Secrets in the Ice, I think is this quest chain's name, the Furbolg area, and then the other, I forget what, like, these areas, right? Northeast Azerspan, for simplicity's sake. Those are the quest hubs that I will have left undone, which sometimes I will do in speedruns. So obviously, if Azerspan had the 25% buff, I would want to do literally all of it. Azerspan is ridiculously good side quest chains. So even the ones that I sometimes don't do within speedruns, I would want to do all of them with a 75% XP modifier. But here, obviously, Camp Nowhere is pretty good, so we're definitely going to be doing this. And this should take me, like I said, about 15 minutes, and then when that's done, I can head to Waking Shores, see if the thing is up for me to cast my Voton, and then I'll do that. I'm going to try to catch up on chat a little bit here instead of rambling again, because I want to make sure that I don't fall too far behind. I've been mostly trying to, like, narrate this because this is, like, a little bit difficult to, like, route, and I have to, like, actively think about a lot of the routing decisions a lot, so I've fallen a bit behind. I did answer the question about Volparen Rogue, yeah. I mean, Volparen Rogue in particular, there's no difference between Volpera Rogue or anything else. So, like, if you want to play Volpera Rogue, play Volpera Rogue. My answer was specifically about Volpera in general, because, effectively, it applies to everything. Rogue or otherwise. Audio cut. Okay, it's working now. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the audio cut out briefly due to the memory leak, but now it's working properly, so cool. Let's see. Not necessarily best, but what is my favorite class to speed level? I mean, I like playing the ones that I do for actual speedruns. Like, I guess maybe it just so happens to work like that, but I really enjoy playing Monk. I really enjoy playing Windwalker and, like, Guardian Druid. So, I do genuinely enjoy playing those specs. Now, I am fairly certain that those are the fastest, and I think a lot of people have agreed with me, so, like, I don't really think I'm crazy there. But it is possible, right, that let's say Fire Mage could actually be really, 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 really good, like, up there with Druid and Monk when played perfectly. But they're really, like, nobody has played Fire Mage in a speedrun before. I've seen people play Arcane, and I know that Arcane, or at least I initially figured out that Arcane could be good because I saw a really good Arcane player get a really good speedrun time with it, and that's when I was like, oh, maybe I should try this out. And I still don't think it's as fast as, like, Druid or Monk, but playing Fire the other day, I feel like maybe low-level Arcane, high-level Fire could be really good. It definitely has potential. But it's one of those things where, because I am not a mage player, and, like, I enjoyed playing Fire and Arcane, but it's not something I main, not something I would really want to, like, play a ton and do a ton of testing with, it is entirely possible that I'm just not good enough with it to make it, like, reach its full potential. So who knows? So I guess it just so happens that two of the specs that I really enjoy playing are the fastest for leveling. That is partially because they are very fast leveling specs, but they're also, it could be one of those, like, chicken and the egg things where, because I'm the person who does most of the speedrunning stuff, and those are two specs that I really enjoy playing, they ended up, you know, being considered some of the fastest because a lot of people haven't just tested the other specs enough to get really good results with it. So it's hard to say for sure, but I do really enjoy playing both of those specs. I would say, out of the specs that aren't used in speedruns that I do really enjoy playing, Demon Hunter, both Havoc and Vengeance, though actually at low levels, kind of Havoc, and Protection Paladin. Protection Paladin is really good, but it is not like a world record contender, and that one I think is a pretty safe bet, because I'd like to think I'm pretty good at playing Prop Paladin, and I've done a lot of really good speedruns with it, but it just doesn't have anything special that it could do. Like, the reason why I think that it is possible maybe that Mage could be very, very good when played properly is Mage has, like, the utility of portals, which can save a little bit of time, like Ironforge portal, etc. And Mage also, like, had ridiculous killing speeds. Like, even when played well, Prop Paladin kills things pretty quickly, but it was definitely not on the level of, like, Guardian Druid or, like, what I was killing things, the speed at which I was killing things with Fire Mage. Like, that was ridiculous. So, I really like Prop Paladin. It's a very, 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 very good leveling spec, but it's just not, it's not Guardian Druid, it's not Windwalker. Havoc Demon Hunter is a bit of a weird case, because I actually believe that if Havoc Demon Hunter was able to start at level 10, like a lot of other races, it may actually be a very viable contender for, like, world record attempts. Because my Havoc Demon Hunter run was really good. Like, I actually got a really, really, really good time with it. I was happy with that. And that was without Darkmoon Faire. It was without Darkmoon Faire, and it was, like, on a stream where I was kind of, like, taking breaks to chat, to talk and chat and stuff like that. And I still got a ridiculously good time. Now, I do know how to play Havoc fairly well, so I think overall, like, I'm more comfortable with it than other stuff. But Demon Hunter right now is just heavily hindered by the fact that its starting zone is just not that fast. It's relatively inefficient. You can obviously do it fairly quickly, but even when you do it absolutely perfectly, the Demon Hunter starting zone is still just going to be a time loss. And Demon Hunters start at level 8. Now, the starting at level 8 thing actually isn't as big of a deal as, you know, you may think. Because even though you, technically speaking, start 2 levels lower, the Demon Hunter starting zone kind of is meant to be like, you know, all done in one sitting. I don't know, it's weird. The main issue with Demon Hunter, right, is that you just cannot compare it one-to-one. Like, if Demon Hunter started at level 10 and you still were forced to do the starting zone, at least then maybe you could try to compare it one-to-one. It would still be inefficient because the Demon Hunter starting zone would be slower than, you know, any alternatives. But you would at least be able to say, okay, well, both runs are 10 to 70. So you can compare them one-to-one. But you can't really compare one-to-one an 8 to 70 run and a 10 to 70 run, because then it's like, at that point you need to start trying to figure out, well, how much of a time difference do those 2 extra levels make? Do we just kind of cut out the time that it takes you to get to level 10 and start the timer when the Demon Hunter hits level 10? But, like, that comes with its own set of problems. So the end result is that, at least for standard speedruns, I can't really use Demon Hunter. It's just its own category. And it's fast. It's really good. But, and I really enjoy playing it. But it's so hard to evaluate. So I don't know. I think it would be cool one day if Blizzard does change that and makes Demon Hunter start at, like, you know, a standardized level, to actually finally be able to see how it stacks up to the other classes. Because all I can do is theorize at the moment, since it's not possible to say for sure. But theoretically, I do believe it would be one of the better leveling specs. Like, I think it would probably be, like, up there in S tier with Windwalker and Druid. But I can't even justify, like, putting it in S tier on a tier list because of just the fact that it starts off with a massive handicap. So, I don't know. But then also, it's one of those other things where, like, when I eventually make my tier list, how am I going to rate Havoc Demon Hunter? Because it can't really be an S tier, because it absolutely is not the fastest, you know, by default. But then it's like, I guess if you're leveling a Demon Hunter, it's not like that really matters to you. So if you're just trying to figure out how fast Demon Hunter is for leveling, well, it is fast, and you're gonna have to do the starting zone anyway. So while it may not be faster in the context of a full speedrun, it is really fast. I don't know. It's a really, really hard thing to quantify. I'll have to figure out. I think what I might do is put Havoc Demon Hunter, like, in my final tier list. I might put it, like, top of A tier, like, right up there with Prop Halley, with a disclaimer that, like, it's kind of difficult to evaluate one-to-one, but that, like, we do know it is very, 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 very good. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Dubenta said, oh yeah, that was the 25% XP question. This mob is really scary. There's a few mobs in Azure Span that are not tuned properly. So I need to pre-pot Dragon Rage. Nice. That is definitely one very cool thing about Devokers. Their burst window is fucking crazy. Like, that was faster than I normally kill things with Windwalker Monk or alternatives. Within that Dragon Rage burst window, especially with Lust and Potion, Devokers do insane single target burst. I mean, AoE burst too, right? Obviously, that is their specialty. Okay, since it's only 1:50, and I have 10 minutes left to check to see if the experience buff is active. Let me just quickly look through chat to see if anybody happened to check. Just saw what my dad said. Yeah, if anyone is able to check, that would be much appreciated. Obviously not a huge deal either way. I'm gonna just do this really quick, this set of quests, because this takes, like, very little time. I'm only going to do the initial quests. I'm not going to do, like, the ones later on, which are okay, but not nearly as fast. But this should be, like, less than 5 minutes, and then I can go and check the, check the buffs. Use my flamethrower. Scroll up. You should not get Escape from Durnhold or Black Morass, period. Yeah. I mean, it's tricky because I kind of agree. I think those dungeons are just super antiquated, but I know there's some people who maybe like them from a flavor perspective, and they would be upset if the dungeons didn't show up at all. But it is one of those things where there is almost no way to make Escape from Durnhold or Black Morass feel like equivalent to any of the other TBC dungeons. It's just night and day how slow those two are relative to everything else. I have to wait out the flamethrower. Okay, I'm actually going to tag a bunch of these guys because I want to make sure I get the frozen glands. In Dragon Rage. Okay. Now just 2 more web things. Nice. Okay, I think this is the only set of quests that I'm going to do here. The next few aren't bad. Oh yeah, I believe I need to bandage the Blood Elf. So I'll do this quest, turn this in, then I'm going to fly up north, I'm going to kill 1 rare mod, then I'm going to Dalhearth, head to Veldraken, check Waking Shores. And then, no matter what is up, XP buff or not, the moment we get to Waking Shores, we just start doing those quests. And if for whatever reason I somehow run out of experience there, which I don't really think I will, especially with the 25% buff, Waking Shores is probably better than the Azurspan side quests, then, you know, we always have a few more side quest subzones here. Do I ever think we'll get more DH races? I don't know. I mean, I hope so. Like I was just saying, I wish Demon Hunters had more race variety, and I definitely wish Demon Hunters had access to allied races so that they could, you know, be one-to-one in a speedrun format so that I could test them. So, I hope so. Right? Obviously, if the question is more like, do I hope that Demon Hunter will be? Because, like, I can't answer whether or not I think there will be. Do I think there will be? I don't fucking know, man. Like, Blizzard is just so inconsistent about that type of stuff that it's impossible for me to give an actual prediction. So all I can really say is that I hope they do that. I think it would be a good idea for them to do that. Will they actually add more Demon Hunter races? It's Blizzard. Who fucking knows? I could definitely see a universe in which they do. I don't think it's, like, impossible. I think there's a lot of good reasons for it, especially now that they've been adding more races to different classes. Demon Hunter is kind of a bit of a weird one in that, like, the lore behind DHs is very heavily focused on Blood Elf and Night Elf. Also, memory leak chance again. I'll keep talking, but I might cut out. I'm watching OBS, though, so, like, I will be able to see immediately if my audio cuts out, and I'll just stop talking and restart, so... but yeah, the Demon Hunter lore is kind of intrinsically tied to the whole DH versus Night Elf thing. The starting zone definitely would not work on any other race. So you would kind of need to do the Shadowlands Death Knight treatment of any new Demon Hunter races would effectively become allied races and just start off at level 10 in Orgrimmar. That much, I think, is a safe bet. Whether they would actually do that, I don't know. We'll have to see. Okay, well, same thing again. Just gonna play around the memory leak. Just exit game. And then we'll restart. You think Nightborne and Void Elf should get DH? I agree with that. I think they should as well. I think those would be absolutely the best contenders to get Demon Hunter. I don't even think it would make, like... I don't think it would not make sense lore-wise. I think that would perfectly fit lore-wise or whatever. Oh my god. Did I just... While I'm loading into the game, I checked my guild's Discord, and there's 500 unread messages in the general channel. Jesus fucking Christ. At the time that... I've only been streaming for 3 hours. Holy fuck. Negan said, "Hey Harldan, I survived my long flight from Hawaii, but it was miserable, screaming babies. The jailer was on your flight too, and he was such an asshole, so inconsiderate. Bellular was the pilot." Ah, damn. Good old jailer, ruining flights and expansions. Okay. Oh, it's active! Oh, perfect. I don't know if somebody called that in chat. All right, it's still not ideal, but you know what? Only 2 minutes left until it happens. I can work with that. It's still terrible RNG, but as you can now see, this is what the buff looks like. Like I said before, it's the Cenarian ward icon. So experience and reputation gains increased by 50%. Perfect. I don't really want to do any quests right now, at least not for the next 2 minutes. But hey, I'll at the very least head over here and start doing the intro quests. Maybe I can wait to turn in all 3 of those starting quests until right on the hour. Now, that might be like a 1 minute time loss. But you know what? Worst case scenario, I read chat for a minute, and then any time I lose by reading chat, I save. Night Elf is 1% haste at night, 1% crit during day, but yeah, Shadow Meld is bis. Have I looked into Fury Warrior with lifesteal on both weapons for low levels? I mean, it's good for dungeon boosting, but I mean, everything is good at low levels, right? Like, I've looked into lifesteal on weapons in general, and I actually have started using that. If you look into some of my more recent runs, then yes, I have used lifestealing. So, have I looked into Fury Warrior? Yes. Fury Warrior is solid. It's not the best class by any means, but it is a good leveling spec. Have I looked into lifestealing on low-level weapons, which applies to everybody, not just Fury Warrior? Even though you could maybe argue they get the most out of it at really low levels. Yes, I've looked into it. I've even started doing that. But just because Fury Warrior with lifestealing happens to be like insanely strong for like level 11 twinking, doesn't necessarily have any major impact on the run as a whole. Like I said, every single class is very good at low levels. Like with enchants and consumables, everybody should be able to one-shot stuff at level 11. I know that there's like very minor time differences where I think a full bis Fury Warrior can clear things like a minute faster than some other specs, but mind you, that is also when you take into account like farming full socketed gear and whatnot, which isn't necessarily a thing for low-level speedruns, so yeah, I would say it averages out. Fury Warrior is not bad, right? And I should note, Fury Warrior, if you want to see me do a speedrun with it, it's on the poll for tomorrow, which is pinned in the stream chat. So, if you do really want to see a Fury Warrior speedrun, I can show you how good it is. And I will probably be using... Well, actually, I won't be playing Fury for low-level dungeons, because the reality is, low-level dungeon queue times, you want to use prot. So, I actually won't be doing Fury Warrior dungeons, even if it wins. That's just kind of how we always do it. It's a realistic run. If there's dungeons at the start of the run, I'm going to play a tank spec. Tank spec or healer, because that's what gets the fastest queues, and obviously, that's what's the fastest. I could technically wait to kill this frog before or until the XP buff happens. I don't really care. It's one quest. Not a big deal. I need to find more of the Marmonies. I don't normally do world quests, but since this world quest directly overlaps with the regular quests, with the addition of, you know, saving these monkeys, I would say it's worth doing. So I'm gonna just sit here and wait. I need to rescue one more monkey to complete this world quest, so I'll wait and read chat real quick. You wish Shaman had a tank spec, so do I. Dwarf Master Race, we don't need no stinky foxes. Yeah. Nose for Trouble is good for dungeons. I mean, it's not bad for dungeons. That's the thing. Nose for Trouble, it's not a bad racial. It's just, if we're comparing Nose for Trouble to, like, literally anything else, like Stoneform, it's just not good. It's, like, an okay racial, but there's a lot of other racials that are, like, on par with Nose for Trouble. So if Nose for Trouble is the only relevant racial, it's not even really that good. Also, a lot of tanks are, like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not going to say it's bad. It's a fine racial. There's nothing wrong with Nose for Trouble. It's just not really that good. I have to wait for Syndrax to do her RP. Also, do the other things from this hourglass and jump up. Also, I believe aiding the Accord now if I complete it. Yeah, decent. It definitely benefited from the XP bonus, I think. You can see this is, like, relatively good XP compared to the other stuff. Okay, I need to turn in the Sendrax quest. Then pick up... I'm only going to pick up Waking Shores. Alright. And I will... Why am I still on walking? I thought I clicked that off. Give me a second, by the way, before I read chat. Normally, the thing is I do this at the start of runs, so it's good to do this section at the start of a run because it requires me to, like, focus a lot, and that tends to work better at the very start. When I'm, I don't know what's going on with my game, but I'm getting, like, multiple frame hangs. Let me double check OBS. Okay, it looks like my audio's fine. So I don't think it's a memory leak. I think it's just the game being difficult. Honestly, I don't know. Okay. Let me get blacksmithing on my bars. We're going to do crafting XP. I should finish this actually very quickly, because I think I'm benefiting from the, let me do first craft bonus. I think I'm benefiting from the 50% bonus on this, which, as I said before, doesn't really matter, because you're capped at a certain amount of experience gained. So a lot of people get confused because I'll always say, like, you know, it's around 30 first crafts, and with 0 XP modifiers, it takes roughly 30 first crafts to get the most out of your first craft bonuses. But if you have a lot of experience modifiers, you may end up getting the maximum amount of experience in only like 20 first crafts or something like that. So we'll see. Okay, I still got experience from that. Let's see if this gives me XP. Yeah, still got it. There's a saying for this. Survival of the fittest. Okay, I was still gaining XP from the last one. Does this give me XP? Yeah, it still does a little bit. That still gave a little bit of XP. That gave none. Okay, that was it. Was the last bit. What is this? What is this quest?
Engage only when the whelplings and wounded are secure. The rest of the visitors must stay here until it is safe to leave the embassy.
I don't really know what's... Yeah, I don't know why this mob says it has a quest for me when it doesn't.
By wing or by talon, see it done.
Weird. Okay, I'll pick up the Sendrax quest. That starts the last little bit of RP, and... What quest do I need to do? I think I've done all the other quests. There's like a Drakthir specific quest, but I don't think I actually want to do this one. I can't remember. I don't think I've usually done this, just because it's generally not worth doing. Yeah, I'm just gonna not do it. I'm gonna trust my gut and not do the Drakthir specific quest. We are gonna do these quests, though. Crap. Yep. I can also really quickly, before I forget, spend my talent points there. I'll just take Leech. point doesn't really matter a ton. Let me scroll up a little bit. You want racials to be completely imbalanced, but cosmetic and flavor only? Yeah. I don't like when racials really have that much of an impact. I think Guild Wars 2 does it fairly well. Like, there's some interesting racials that have, like, gameplay impacts, but 99% of the racials in Guild Wars 2 are not actually good because you have to give up an ability to actually use them. So, according to one of my friends, like, human racials in Guild Wars 2 at one point were, like, okay, but even then they weren't game-breaking. It was like, you know, for certain classes, it was a nice option to have, but not mandatory at all. And in almost all other cases, the racials were either only really good for PvP in specific cases, or they didn't matter whatsoever, and it was like purely cosmetic, which I think is, generally speaking, how you should do stuff like that. I think World of Warcraft has always had fairly imbalanced racials, and for people who really care about that, it kind of sucks. Nice. How did I pull that? I think my Elemental Confluence fucking pulled it again. Jesus Christ. Kultiran's getting a boat, Magpar being able to place a banner with skulls around it, Goblins having an ability to check how much money they could have earned in time. That could be interesting, yeah. I like the idea of Kultiran's having a portable boat. I actually think that one could be useful in certain cases. Just like genuinely. If it was like a mini XA1000 surface skimmer, I could see that being nice. The XP bonus should be a flat passive buff instead of RNG. So the problem with it is that's exactly what they've done, actually. There is a flat passive bonus. So the way it works is there is always 25% experience from doing the dream searches. However, by the voting thing, you can sometimes get Dream Surge learnings, which gives you an additional 50% experience. So it is passive 25% for the zone you're in, sometimes 75% for 30 minutes. We can also check what are the options. I forget what those are. I don't really remember what it does. I know the Fairy Dragons one is like summons little NPC fairy dragons to help you. I don't remember what the little green icon is. One of the buffs that I forget the icon, it gives you the effect of every single Dream Surge buff at once. So there's technically 2 chances to get the XP buff every time you do this. But yeah, it's, I don't know. I don't think Blizzard's going to change that. We'll see, though. What race am I going to use if I do Furi? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. It's a good question. I mean, it'll obviously be an allied race, because, you know, the speedruns, we always do the 10 to 60 testing ones. I guess I can think about that now. You know what? I can... Yeah, that took forever to actually pull. I'll do an in-stream poll for people who want to vote that. Remind me in a second if I forget, though I'll try to do it the moment I finish this poll. One of them leashed. Here we go. How do I do in-stream polls? Engage. Start a poll. All right. Let me refresh the results. So, I mean, I won't do if Fury Warrior wins. I'll let people pick the race. So, how many options can I add? I can only add 4 racial options. So, quickly, people in chat, name 4 allied races that you would want to see as options on the in-stream poll that I'm about to do for what the run will be tomorrow. be it Fury Warrior, Sub-Rogue. Obviously, I think everyone can be rogues and warriors, right? So at this point, it's either going to be warrior or Sub-Rogue, one of the two. And both of them, all races that can be warriors can also be rogues. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. Just matters the race. Volpera, Void Elf, Mag'har, Dark Iron. Okay, there we go. There's our 4. Volpera, Void Elf, Mag'har, Orc, Dark Iron, Dwarf. What race, what allied race should I play for tomorrow's 10 to 60 run? There we go. Okay, I think that worked. This is the second time I've ever done an in-stream poll, so I don't know for sure if it's actually working properly. But nice to actually test this stuff. Let me also scroll back up, because doing that poll sent me down to the bottom of chat, and it, like, reloaded chat. I think I've mostly caught up in chat that I don't think it's bumped anything off the stuff that I haven't read, but I want to at least make sure. Also, I want to at least refresh Glacial Fury. Seems to be working. Cool. Then Bailey Norris said, do I speedrun other games? Not seriously. For fun, though, sometimes. Like, I've done speedruns for Furi and Katana Zero in the past, but that's like they have like a built-in speedrun mode of, like, you know, how fast can you complete the game, and it like records your best scores. So I haven't like ever posted those runs, but I've done them. I actually had a pretty good time for Furi for a while. It was like top 50, but that's what I mean, like, I never seriously speedran it. Like, I had top 50, but it wasn't like world record or anything like that. Katana Zero, I had a fairly good time. I mean, I think I still do, but once again, not world record, just a good time. And I mostly did it just for fun, because I enjoyed doing it. Oh man, Mag'har Orc's gonna win. I really don't want to play a Mag'har Orc, but I'll respect the results of the poll. Mag'har Orc is one of the worst races, up there with Volpera. At least Volpera racials are good for leveling. Mag'har Orc just sucks in general. I fucking hate playing it, but... you know, hey, if it's what people want to see, then I will do a singular Mag'har Orc run. I guess if I was going to play Mag'har Orc, I guess at this point I hope that Warrior wins, because thematically at least, Mag'har Orc Warrior fits pretty well. But I fucking hate Mag'har. I've already ranted before about how they have like some of the worst racials in the game. And the problem with the Mag'har racials is Mag'har racials aren't even fun, right? Like, Volpera racials... oh, shit. One second. Almost died. Technically, I have a potion that I could have used. But, you know what? I am just going to use my potion. And then Eternity Surge. Nice. Yeah, think with Mag'har racials is like Volpera racials are bad, but they at least are kind of neat, right? Like, you know, Nose for Trouble is, or I guess Nose for Trouble isn't really interesting, but what's it called? The keep forgetting what I was gonna say. Story of a Memorable Victory, nice. Yeah, I forget exactly where I was going with that. I'm not gonna try to just keep thinking what I was gonna say. TLDR, Mag'har Orc racials are really boring. They're bad, and they don't really have any interesting stuff to them. Like, they have increased pet health, which does literally nothing. Overall, I just hate Mag'har Orcs. Cool thematically, absolute fucking trash in practice. They desperately need a racial rework. And then in response to, do I speedrun other games? My dad said I speedran a lot of my college projects, did everything at the last minute. Does that count? Thank you, Dad. I appreciate that. I got a lot of good grades on them, even with the speedrun aspect. So, you know, who's laughing now? I also, when I get to... I'm going to do the quests up until I get to the Ruby Life Shrine. Then I'm going to at least test 1 or 2 Dream Rifts. Just to see... I'm just calling them Dream Rifts. I don't fucking care at this point. I'm going to test 1 or 2 Dream Surges. Just to see if they are worth doing. But as I said before, I suspect they are not. A Friday stream, cool? Yeah. It's going to be a fairly short stream. Like, I've, at this point, decided I'm not doing anything after. So no classic hardcore after. We're still streaming tomorrow and Saturday. Or tomorrow and Sunday. But this is just a short bonus stream since I wanted to at least get one of these testing runs done in addition to the usual stuff. I wanted to make the most out of the Darkmoon Fair buff. Because the more runs I do while Darkmoon Fair is active, the better. It's usually just better for leveling testing. So that's why I canceled last weekend's Saturday stream and then did a bonus stream during the week now, because that lets me squeeze in 3 streams during Darkmoon Fair rather than, you know, what would only be 2 otherwise. So I think it works out. But one of the other things is, you know, it is what it is, right? But obviously, this stream has been significantly smaller than my my usual ones, partially because, right, it was not like regularly scheduled. So generally speaking, the Saturday and Sunday ones are fairly consistent, but Fridays, like during the week, right? So I'm sure a lot of people were working at the start, and obviously people aren't used to be streaming on Fridays, so that's inherently going to lead to it being a bit smaller. But for that reason, I think we'll just do short stream and not like continue after this. Let's see. You're missing 22 points until Keystone Hero? Very nice. That's really close. Wanted to say thank you, inspired you to pick up speed leveling again. Nice. Glad to hear it. When do I think we're going to get the 10.2 announcement, and do I think it'll be the last big patch? Definitely it's not going to be the last big patch. I don't know why some people have even been entertaining the idea that this is going to be the last big patch. This is not. Like, the only expansions that have had only 2 major patches, or I guess, yeah, it would be 2 major patches if we get one more, have been Shadowlands and WoD. And I guess WoD actually kind of had only 1 major patch, though technically speaking, you know, Blackrock Foundry was split up. WoD had even less. Every single other expansion has had 3 or more major patches. So people are like, oh, is this going to be the last patch? Because Shadowlands, we only got up to 9.2. No, that was the exception, not the rule. We are almost certainly going to get a 9 or a 10.3. Maybe a 10.4, who knows? But definitely a 10.3. That is like standard practice. They even specifically said they cut an entire tier out of Shadowlands because people weren't enjoying it. So they even had an entirely separate raid tier planned for Shadowlands that got cut. They always aim to do 4 main raid tiers, right? And then 3 major patches. And obviously one of those raid tiers is there. Shadowlands lost the raid tier. Blizzard has even said that in interviews. Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the last major patch. At least, I would be extremely surprised if it was, and I would literally bet money that it is not. As for when we're going to get a release, or like an announcement, I don't really know. It's definitely not going to be at BlizzCon, because if they only announce it at BlizzCon, then, you know, we wouldn't see a release nearly fast enough. To be quite honest, I am very surprised it has not been announced already. Because, like, we got the announcement for 10.2 fairly shortly after Forbidden Reach was announced, right? Like, I don't know the exact date. Somebody can go check. I would imagine Blizzard has been following a pretty tight timeline so far, so it's probably going to be, like, a very similar time. So if you check to see how long after Forbidden Reach released did Blizzard announce 10.1, honestly, it'll probably be almost exactly the same in terms of when we're going to get the 10.2 announcement. But I don't know off the top of my head when that will be. I suspect very soon, though. It might even be with the release of 10.1.7, who knows, that we get the announcement. Yeah, I need to kill more whelps. Sendrax pulled a mob. I think that's it. Yeah, this stuff is for the world quests. So I want Sendrax to be right over here. And ideally not in combat with this random mob. And then turn in all these quests so I don't need to wait on the RP. There we go. Let's see, I'm ready. How do I make gold on live servers for all of my speedruns? They're not really as expensive as a lot of people think. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, I get asked that question a lot, so nothing special. Carries. Carries is the only answer, because whenever I start explaining other things that I'll use to make money, which is like fairly self-explanatory, I end up having to give the same explanation. But TLDR carries, among other things. It's expensive, but it's not nearly as expensive as a lot of people make it out to be. The only really, really expensive runs are the world record attempts. Those ones, yeah, they're pretty costly, but I don't do those often enough for it to break the bank. I do like one actual world record attempt like every 6 months at most. So, yeah. The regular speedruns cost like 20k per, which is not much. I don't need to do anything special to farm 20k for a single run every single week. That's like pocket change. Everyone voting Volpera, y'all disgust me. Accidentally voted for Volpera. Volpera Fury Warrior would be interesting. At this point, let me look at the poll. What are my thoughts on High Mountain Taurian? They're fine. They are a race, right? I have no special thoughts on them, good or bad. Obviously, when I'm doing Horde speedruns, I've done a lot of High Mountain Taurian Druid runs, because they're the only available Druid class or race. Actually, no, that's not true. Zandalari can be it. Yeah, so I guess for Druids, I prefer High Mountain Taurian. Just macro its racial ability on 2-minute on use. That's not how it works, though. Assuming, I mean, are you talking about Volpera or Mag'har? If you're talking about Mag'har, yes. Because I guess at this point, I said specifically for allied races. So obviously, yes, trolls can be druids, but I was saying you're talking about Mag'har? Okay, yeah, fair. Yeah, that's why I said Mag'har, like, it's not the worst race. So Volpera is definitely worse. But you are correct, Goose Comics, that at least, at the very least, Mag'har racial can just be fired and forgotten. It's not really that complicated. So that's one plus to it. What's this? Okay, Downsurge, Dreamfall. I'll just vote for that one, I guess, because that's probably more damage, even though it doesn't matter. What do I want to do at this point? I don't know. I mean, at this stage, I actually don't think it would be worth it for me to do these quests at all. This is obviously normally when I stop doing Waking Shores. If I had a lot of experience left to go, I could theoretically go ahead and continue the quest line and get to some of the more efficient bits here. But I think at this stage, I'll quickly check the portals, because somebody asked about that before. What's the deal with the mission board you were mentioning before? You never understood why it's there besides choosing a chromie time? What do you mean the mission board? Oh, you mean, what's the deal with the Hero's Call board? Hero's Call board is a relic of like a bygone era, right? So, before Chromie Time existed, the Hero's Call board, it's been around for a while, where it would give you a breadcrumb quest to a random zone. So, they just never removed it when, yeah, they never removed it when they did, what's it called? The Chromie Time rework. So now it's still there, and you can still use it to, like, pick out a zone and stuff, but it doesn't really do anything. It, obviously, you know, if you've watched the recent speedruns, which I know you have, Goose Comics, or Owner asked that question, right? Got confused. But Owner, obviously, I know you also have watched a lot of the recent speedruns, so I'm sure you probably saw me use the mission board in some of the runs. Also, I'm not doing this. This clearly is not meant for leveling characters. As we suspected, it is not intended for leveling characters whatsoever. Now at least we know for sure.
I must get closer.
Fucking hell. Yeah, those are level 70 elites tuned for endgame stuff. It is, I suppose it is not impossible that maybe if you were to leech off other people, maybe it would give experience. But I think we can say absolutely certainly you are not intended to do that quest on a low-level character. They do not want you to. Also, I don't know, is this a new rare? I don't remember seeing this one before. I don't really know if I'm going to get experience on killing this. Huh. No. It's... Okay, so that was part of the Dream Search. Because it gave me... I think? It gave me at least a Dream Search token, so it was likely a rare attached to this invasion. So, I don't know. So at this point... How do I want to get my last bit of experience? I think rare mobs, just killing random rare mobs is probably worth. Yeah, we'll try that and see how far it gets us. I'm going to give the poll a little bit longer because it's very close. I just checked the results. It's very, 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 very tight at the moment. So I'll wait until there's like... I'll wait until either the end of the stream or there is a clear winner. But at the moment, I won't close it. The most expensive part of your speedrun is the time invested? Yeah, pretty much. That is actually a very fair point. I also... Oh, I'm about to lose my XP buff. So, I don't know if I can kill the second rare before the XP thing falls off, but... Yeah, it just changed. Alright. So I got decent mileage out of that 30% buff. Obviously, if I hadn't tested that, I would have gotten more. It's kind of like I said before, though. Like, did I really get a ton of value? I got, like... 50% more experience for this entire section. That's good, but that's not, like, make or break. But it's the type of thing where if I had really been speedrunning, and I had been trying to, like, maximize my time, I could have gotten a lot of stuff done in that window, so who knows. I could have made it, like, really, really, really efficient. I'm also debating, what do I want to do for last bit of XP? How many more rare mobs are in this area that are worth actually doing? You also... Okay, you don't get experience by picking up the Dream Surge things, so that's not really... Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say doing the invasions probably not worth. Just guess. Right. One thing, though, let me double check. Look at that! Are you fucking kidding me? I picked the wrong time to start this run, apparently. Almost back-to-back experience buff offerings when I'm already basically done with my run. So, like, at least this shows it is possible. It is, you can never get the same buff back-to-back. That one, I've tested this enough to say for sure. I haven't actually seen that happen before, though, of the same thing being offered, like, every other option, but now we know for sure that can happen. So, in theory, you could get XP buff, something else, XP buff, something else. And actually, like I said, there is one option that we just haven't seen yet, which is all of the buffs at once. So, theoretically, it is possible to get 100% uptime if you get really lucky on the XP buff by getting XP buff all at once into another XP buff. Right? That is, technically speaking, possible, based on what we're seeing here. Let me catch up on chat a little bit, though. Fuck. Sorry for bringing up Magheart Orc. You're good. Let's see. I think 9.0 lasted longer than any patch. Oh man, I'm like trying to read chat and do these stupid dragon riding quests, and I'm just missing the objectives. You have a Magheart Frost Decay and you bind Pillar of Frost with the Ancestral Calling and you don't even think about min-maxing it? Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's not the worst thing ever. It's just one of those things, right? Wait, what the hell is this? Wait, what? When did they add this quest? Is this new? I don't remember this at all. Am I crazy? This is a brand new tutorial quest. This never was part of it before. Right? I don't know why. That seems like a weird thing to add. That's new? Okay, I'm not crazy then. Huh. You had that quest in 10.1. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I stopped doing this thing starting in 10.1. Because, unfortunately, that actually makes this quest line even more inefficient. Because the dragon riding quests, for the amount of experience they give, they take, like... This whole quest line takes a decently long amount of time. It's not terrible, and the main saving grace of these particular quests is that the quests immediately after this section are actually very good. So the ones with, like, you know, Razageth attacks the Ruby life pools, etc. Generally speaking, those are okay. They're worth doing. So you kind of do these because the stuff immediately following it is not terrible, but that is just odd. I don't know why they just added... That's newly added in the PTR. They just did it yesterday? Huh. Yeah, that is... I mean, that's an undocumented change, which I guess they probably wouldn't have bothered to, you know, put in something in the patch notes about added a new quest to the campaign when you learn dragon riding. But that just seems like such a strange, arbitrary addition to make. I'm not really, like, complaining. It doesn't really matter. I'm more just confused about Blizzard's priorities, if that makes sense. Like, of all the things to do, to add a new random tutorial quest to the dragon riding campaign almost an entire year after launch. And, like, I mean, if it taught something important, maybe, but, I mean, I don't really think that taught anything special. You just go in a big loop with Surge Forward. Okay. Like, what about that is special? Like, what about that teaches a new dragon riding skill that, you know, the other ones don't? So, the only reason I could see is, like, let's say if new players were struggling to understand, like, a new mechanic, I could see maybe adding a tutorial, but I'm just struggling to understand what that added. Maybe, I guess, most of the other ones were, like, fairly linear, so you can maybe make an argument that that quest, by comparison, required more turning, so it taught you how to turn with dragon riding? I'm reaching here. I don't know. That's the only thing that I can possibly think of. No. They are not. That was definitely not there since the launch. It is a specific tutorial quest. Go back, rewind, rewatch. If you want, go test it now. Maybe it's already on live servers. I haven't done that quest recently. I can assure you it wasn't on launch. You could also just watch all of the speedruns where I've done that quest line, and that quest was not there. Maybe it is a Drakthir specific. I don't know. Why would that be specific to Drakthir, though? Why would Drakthir get one bonus tutorial specifically about, like, turning? I don't. I'm 99% sure that at least in the Dragonflight beta, I did that quest on a Drakthir, and it definitely did not have that section. So, it's either just they added it to everybody. Yeah, go ahead and test it. I am curious to know. But yeah, to people asking, about that, I'm not saying the entire questline. I am well aware that the dragon riding tutorial questline was always there. There is a very specific quest right at the end there where you go in a giant loop that I have never done before. That specific quest, I believe, is new, and other people in chat also seem to think is new. And mind you, I have leveled a lot of characters in Dragonflight. I do not remember that quest at all. So unless my memory is absolutely shit, and so is everyone else's in chat, I'm fairly certain that that is a brand new quest. I'm just trying to understand why. Let me just double check. I know sometimes this section causes a memory leak. It doesn't look like it did right now. Sometimes that cutscene also causes a memory leak. Let me double check. Seems like it's fine. Okay, I literally need, like, no experience whatsoever. Maybe this turn-in will just give me level 70. No. I think we just murder stuff. I'm, like, paranoid because I can see that my game is, like, slightly lagging. But I don't know if it's a memory leak or not. I guess we'll find out. Alright, I'm just gonna rip deep breath here, and hopefully I kill a lot of stuff. And that, I'm gonna pop shocking disclosure. This has to be enough, right? Yeah, there we go. I even got the explosion on level up. Let me just kill this, and then we stop timer. Nice. Overall, solid. I would say, I think considering, like, obviously this was not a, what's it called? Like a serious speedrun attempt, right? I actually beat my Dark Iron Dwarf time, and that is, like, literally one-to-one directly comparable. I have the exact same buffs. I have War Mode. I have, actually, technically it isn't, because I had Rested Experience. Yeah. I had only a little bit, so I had like one level worth of Rested XP, so I think if I hadn't gotten that bonus level, I probably would have barely been slower than my Dark Iron Dwarf run, but I think this was definitely faster than my Guardian Druid run from, like, a few months ago. Both of those had Darkmoon Fair buff. That said, I think it is safe to say that the Dream Surge thing does make leveling a good bit faster. 60 to 70 leveling. The only question is, how are you going to play around the RNG side of it? So, I don't really know for sure. What software do I use for the timer? It's a program called LiveSplit. So, yeah. Let me just scroll up a little bit. Let's see. Have I thought about doing a neutral panda speedrun? I mean, I suppose it depends on your question. I assume you're saying do a double agent run and do a neutral panda leveling run. Obviously, I mean, at that point, it's an oxymoron. It's not a speedrun. Leveling a neutral panda up to max level is an interesting challenge, but it is not a speedrun, and it is not something I am personally interested in. I think it is cool that people like Double Agent can do that. It is definitely not something I really want to spend my time in. And the reality of the Double Agent type of run is it's not the type of thing that is fun or interesting. Like, Double Agent literally has talked about it. He said he just did it because he was bored, and he would just pick herbs while watching other stuff. Like, it's not enjoyable. There's so many better things I could be doing with my free time. So definitely not. Unless you're saying, do a neutral panda speedrun the Wandering Isle, which I don't think is what you were asking, but that one not really, just because I don't really have any particular interest in it, but I'm pretty sure that wasn't the question. Maybe I'll do a Wandering Isle speedrun whenever Mop Classic comes out. There's a lot of cool speedrunning potential in Kata Classic. One of the only downsides of Chromie Time is Chromie Time is kind of like homogenized the leveling experience. So I've actually, now that I've kind of optimized the route, I've gotten more bored of leveling in retail because it's like, you know, it's fun the first few times you do it, but after a point, it's just the same thing over and over and over because, you know, how Chromie Time works. And I don't know. I think there's more zone variety in like older expansions and stuff like that, and there's like more routing potential. So I think when Kata Classic comes out, if Kata Classic comes out, I actually think I'll have a lot of fun doing speedruns for that. So we'll see. But I don't know. Goose Comics said, Invasions might be worth it if everyone is doing it and you can just move there and hit something, but probably never alone. I don't really think it will be. I mean, you are correct that for it to be worth it, that would be required, right? We've already seen you simply cannot kill it on a leveling character. It's not scaling. So the only possible way that you could even do the Dream Surge Rifts as a leveling character is what you said. You would need to have a higher level there. But considering it is not meant to be done by leveling characters, I find it highly unlikely that it actually gives relative experience. So we'll see. But I don't think so. Patch cadence has been about 2 months each, so with September 5th release of 10.1.7 should be early November. I mean, that is one thing I completely agree with you, Leap Year Kurt, on that. I would say there is very, very high odds that 10.2 releases around here. I don't know what's going on with Turbulent Timeways. Look at this. It's like Turbulent Timeways begins, Turbulent Timeways ends. Yeah, I don't know when it's supposed to be. This is definitely not correct. The calendar is like whack here. I believe it's going to be somewhere around here. Like right after BlizzCon is likely when we're going to get 10.2 based on the current patch cadence. The more interesting question is when are they going to announce it and when are they going to start testing it? Because almost certainly October is going to be a month of raid testing. I'm already prepared for most of October. I will probably have to spend doing a lot of raid testing for whatever the next raid is. That is almost inevitable. But depending on when they announce it, like if they don't actually announce the patch until like mid-September, it's going to be a fairly tight timeline. I think for them to get proper testing in, they kind of need to announce it around the launch of 10.1.7, which would be on the 5th of September. I think as long as they do that, 2 months to test the patch, provided they actually do a good job and don't like leave things till the last second like they did with Zarela Caverns, things should be fine. Let's see. How long do you need to prep a speed leveling from 60 to 70? I'd say it depends. Kind of depends on your question, right? Because, like, it's also, like, depends on how picky you are. I also, like, for me, right? When I'm leveling a character for one of the speedruns, I need to have everything set up ahead of time, and then I try to do everything within the run, like looting it out of the mailbox, getting it set up. if you are leveling a character casually, you can just kind of nail everything over in one sitting and just kind of like throw it together in like 2 minutes, and I don't know, it's a little bit easier. Really not that long. I mean, but once again, it kind of depends on what you're doing. So if you're buying items like this, you know, like this belt, 292 BOE item, or like this BOE item I got, 292 or whatever, finding the right items for that can take some time. But I would say, like, how long does it take for a regular 60 to 70 run, like what a casual player would do? You go to the auction house, you type in Veiled Augment Runes. You don't even need to use this. This is super min-maxy. So honestly, skip this step. Buy like 5 of these runes. Buy 5 Fried Bonefish. Buy maybe 10 Glacial Fury, because you can always reuse it at max level anyway. Get the Darkmoon quest items. You know, if you haven't done so already, get like 20 or more. I don't know exactly how many you need. Around 20. Potion of Shocking Disclosure. Feral Hide Drums if you aren't playing a Lust class. And then buy like all of the crafted items, which I would still recommend doing. Buy the crafted items for your spec. Right. In total, if you're like relatively efficient about it, I mean, that takes what, 10, 15 minutes? You could probably do that all in 5 minutes if you're really trying to go super fast, but it doesn't matter. But it takes me like 20 minutes. And then I spend another like 30, 40 minutes trying to find all of the best BOEs, which, like I said, doesn't really matter for casual leveling runs. And then I guess if it's a brand new character, you also want to get the bags and a few things like that, you know, mount equipment, a few of those basic ones, gun shoes, goblin gliders. But yeah, I would say it takes no longer than 20 minutes, really. And yeah, really not too bad. So a lot of people think it takes forever to do all the prep. It really doesn't. Prepping for the world record runs is a bit harder, mostly because getting all of like the tiny little, not super important consumables, but still relevant for world record stuff, all the way from 10 to 70 can be a bit time consuming. And it's one of those things where, because I need to make sure that like when I'm within the run itself, I'm, you know, being efficient about my consumable usage, I actually spend a lot of time organizing the stuff in my bags and sending it in the correct order to make sure that when I open it out of the mailbox and automatically drop it into my inventory, it's in like an ideal order so that I can quickly in the middle of the run open up my bags and sort through it and find the item I need, which, once again, completely trivial optimization for casual play, but for speedruns, that amount of time saved can actually matter. So that actually takes a while, making sure I have everything perfectly set up, because, you know, I need to make sure it's like in the right order. Then I need to double check, right? Because I don't want to have any, you know, mistakes. So that takes a little bit of extra time, but not a huge deal. Good night, Neo. Thank you for stopping by the stream. Fellas, I need help picking a new class to play. You want a melee class with a lot of buttons to press. I mean, Rogue has a lot of buttons to press. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend it. There's a lot of decent options. Thank you for answering all the questions patiently. No problem. I like answering questions. That's the main advantage to streaming, right? Let's see. If you kill a character at level 60 and leave it dead, does it still gain rested XP if you don't res it? I actually have no idea. That is a good question. If you want to check that and let me know, I would be curious to hear, but I've never personally tested that. You want to say PTR is usually like a week or so after recent patches? Yeah, usually. So I think that is probably a safe bet. The announcement comes with the release of 10.1.7. The PTR comes out a week later. I think that is probably a reasonable estimate. But yeah, okay, I think that's... Have I caught up in chat? Yeah, I've caught up in chat. Awesome. So let me check the poll. At this point, Void Elf has a 2% lead over Volpera and Maghar Orc, which is tied. So I think that is probably all the votes we'll be getting. Dark Iron Dwarf, unsurprisingly, got the least amount of votes, which, you know, I do so many Dark Iron Dwarf runs. Wouldn't be surprised that people want to, don't want to see it again. I'm surprised Volpera got so many votes. Maybe just because people wanted to comically vote for Volpera because it's goofy on a warrior. But either way, yeah, I'm more than happy to play Void Elf. I actually... I don't play Void Elf a lot. Because it generally... Like, it's a fun race, but it's one of those where, you know, just not a lot of speedrun potential. You're disappointed in chat that Void Elf won? Look, I will gladly play Magheart Orcs when they fix its racials. So, if they eventually give Magheart Orcs, like, actually good racials and not garbage like 10% Pet Elf, I will do plenty of Magheart Orc runs. I love the aesthetic of Magheart Orcs words. But the fact that their racials are just so universally dogshit, and like, you know, I know Goose Comics, you said you can just macro the stat racial to a thing, but it does nothing. It's literally just a passive, very minor stat bonus that is completely random. So it may not even be something you want. And then every single other racial is just dead. It does nothing. Like, 10% reduced disease time or whatever is terrible. Increased pet health, literally the worst racial in the entire game. And then increased mount speed does not stack with other increases to mount speed. So it's literally nothing. It's just... I would say increased mount speed in practice is actually one of the worst racials in the game because it does not stack with a lot of other stuff. So... it is one of those that on paper it seems like a good racial until you realize the implementation is fucking terrible. But yeah, on paper, the pet health one is also just the worst racial. So they have two of the worst racials in the game. The only reason I would say Volpera for endgame stuff is worse is because at least Magheart has the stat bonus, which is like, okay. But that's about it. Not Fred said, been watching and following your guides thoroughly recently, leveling a duo tank and healer with your brother, and curious, we got Caverns of Time as the first option. Should we just skip and only quest? If so, where would we start at that point? Well, you don't necessarily only quest, right? So I would say still leave. That is very unlucky, unfortunately. I'm guessing in that case you started dungeons after level 15 because Caverns of Time is, or assuming you mean by Caverns of Time Escape from Durnhold, it's only available in the pool starting at level 15, which is one of the reasons, by the way, that doing dungeons as soon as you like get to level 10 is good, because from levels 10 to 15 you cannot get any bad dungeons. The only 4 dungeons in the pool are, I believe, Ramparts, Blood Furnace, Underbog, Slave Pens, and those are all 4 very good dungeons. So that's why I always say start with dungeons, because you will, at the low levels, get better options. Usually you get 2 dungeons, roughly, before you hit 15, so you'll at least get 2 out of the 4 good ones, and then out of the 4 that you get from 15 and 20, only Escape from Durnhold is bad. You get 3 other good options, so you have decent odds. Of course, though, sometimes you get unlucky, right? You did some PvP and gathering profs? Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, don't skip dungeons entirely. If you see what I did in... which run was that? I think it was the one last weekend on a Sunday. The Retribution Paladin run. In the Rep Pally run, I was still queuing for dungeons all the way up until the very end. Now, ideally, with perfect RNG, so what you saw in my world record attempt, I did pretty much only dungeons all the way up to level 30, and because I had godlike RNG and I just kept getting the really good dungeons, I was able to just do them back-to-back all the way up to 30. But if you hit Escape from Durnhold, Black Morass, one of the really bad ones, leave the dungeon, because it is slow, but then the moment your debuff expires, you can queue again, right? And obviously, if you get Escape from Durnhold 3 times in a row, well then you just have astronomically bad RNG. That sucks. But statistically speaking, on the second time you queue up, you will probably get one of the good dungeons, and then hopefully you get at least like 2 or 3 more good dungeons as you continue to queue up. Maybe you hit Escape from Durnhold again, you leave, you wait 30 minutes, do other stuff. Either you take a break or you do quests, and then when the debuff's up, you queue again, and hopefully you get at least a good amount of these solid TBC dungeons. So just because you hit Escape from Durnhold doesn't mean you're done with doing dungeons entirely. You can always come back to it. The way I structure it in my guide, right, is I say, do dungeons at the start, because that is obviously the best time to do it, but that doesn't mean that the moment you hit 30, you can't do dungeons. Just that generally speaking, it's less efficient. You followed it to the level, lots of alts that you always hated. This helps us out a lot. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Am I a class hopper on each bigger patch, or do I play the same class for a long time? It depends. So, I wouldn't say I'm a class hopper, but I play tank, right? So I'll always say I main a tank. I don't main one particular class, one particular spec. My main role in raid is tank, and as a high-level raiding tank, that comes with it some certain responsibilities, namely, if a certain tank is required for certain fights, which a lot of times will be the case, well, you kind of need to play that. Now, technically speaking, you can get away with playing, like I've said before, I got away with playing Vengeance DH in raid tiers where it was not a good idea to play Vengeance DH. But there were a lot of times where in raid tiers, especially as I started progressing at a higher level and like more serious guilds, some fights require a blood DK. And maybe, like, is it possible to do Anduin in Sepulchre, the first ones, without a blood DK? Maybe. Is there any reason to try? Fuck no. Blood DK made Anduin so much easier. It trivialized the fight. There's just absolutely no reason to do that fight without a blood DK. So, I specifically played my blood for that fight because it was effectively required, and there's a lot of raid tiers where, like, for instance, if Windwalker Monk is really, really, really bad, and Mistweaver Monk is really, really, really bad, which unfortunately has been the case in a few different raid tiers, and, you know, if you don't have one diehard Windwalker main who is still playing it and bringing the monk buff words, a lot of times Brewmaster is effectively required because you need to have that buff, especially for higher end progression guilds, and you're going to have to get it somewhere, and if you really can't afford to bring a Windwalker or a Mistweaver, well then your tank needs to play Brewmaster. So, to answer your question, yes, I do play a lot of different classes, but it's not like... I'm not one of those people who just hops on the latest flavor of the month. It's entirely dependent on what you need for raid. So in some cases, I will play flavor of the month. Like, I suppose... I didn't actually main Blood DK in Sepulchre. I only played it as an alt. But Brewmaster was also very good at the time, and I played Brewmaster Blood DK. And I guess that was technically flavor of the month, but it also just kind of happened to be required for our particular raid comp. So tanks, kind of in general, at a higher level, are more required to play by strict class requirements like that than a DPS. Whereas, like, if you have that one guy who really likes playing Survival Hunter, and he is, like, really fucking good at Survival Hunter, I mean, sure, bring one Survival Hunter. Obviously, it can be a little bit tough to justify sometimes. You only have limited raid spots. But you have enough flexibility within your DPS roster that as long as you have a Priest, a Warlock, an Evoker, a Warrior, stuff like that, as long as you have all of the buffs accounted for, same with, like, Demon Hunter, you're usually going to have at least one Havoc, right? If you have all of that accounted for, and you have, like, one spare spot, and there's this one, like, Giga Chad Survival Hunter in your raid, yeah, you can get away with that. But, I mean, I've always been really good at Vengeance DH, and there have been tiers where I just can't play Vengeance DH because it's just not good, right? So even if I were to play Vengeance DH perfectly, it's better for me to play my Brewmaster at, like, half effectiveness, even though, I mean, that's not necessarily true because I always like to try and play correctly, so, yeah. Hopefully that like, gives a satisfying answer to your question. I have no idea what I'm going to play next year. Currently, I'm playing Vengeance. I would say there's a good chance I don't play Vengeance for next year. Depends on the meta. I would love to be able to play Vengeance. I would love for Vengeance to be, like, ridiculously broken in next year as well, and then I get to stay with it. That would be awesome. Statistically speaking, that's unlikely. Vengeance tends to not be the best tank for very long. So, who knows what I'll play. Let's see. You got your warrior through Durnhold 3 times, then a dungeon you'd already done, then another Durnhold. That's rough. I've had that happen before. That really sucks. Sometimes RNG is just like that. Why do people say that you could be doing 20s at 421 item level when you're doing 13s and you have to use Shield Block, Ignore Pain, Shield Wall, Demo Shout, Thundering Roar, and Ravager, and you're still fighting for your life? I mean, it's not easy to do 20s and 21. Like, obviously, I can't speak for, like, your personal playstyle, right? But as somebody who has, I literally did, obviously not as warrior, but I did a few plus 20s on my 415 item level bear. So it's doable, but I'm not going to say that it was a walk in the park, right? Like, obviously, Guardian Druid, this was also pre-nerf, right? Guardian Druid was really good, and I had 415 item level, but I also had fairly optimized stuff, right? Because I know how to play tanks, right? So I had fairly optimized, like, stats, I had decent trinkets, I had crafted gear and stuff like that, I had the right embellishments. So, like, I knew what I was doing. I'd also done the dungeons multiple times, so I knew, like, the right times to use my defensives and stuff like that. but it was a struggle, right? Like, I wasn't snoozing through a plus 20 at 415 item level on my Guardian Druid. Like, I had to really work for it. I had to use my defensives properly. You know, my health was kind of rebounding back and forth. The healer had to obviously play really well, but I actually managed to do it without dying. I got through a bunch of plus 20s. I didn't die a single time. Actually, I think there was one time where there was an entire group wipe because somebody pulled extra, but that was like not like in a tank death, right? It was an entire group death, and then I was the last one standing, and then I died, right? But I never like fell over dead, which is, I think, the important part in that area. So it's not necessarily easy, but it is doable. And it's just one of those, like, I don't know what to tell you. Practice makes perfect, right? Like, obviously, the better you understand the dungeon, the better you understand your class, the better your gear is, not in terms of item level, but in terms of optimization. Like I said, I had fully enchanted, like, optimized trinkets and embellishments on my 415 Guardian Druid. So while my item level may have not been amazing, I knew enough about the stat prio and how I wanted to play it that, like, I had ideal gear. So, I mean, like I said, all comes with practice, with research, etc. But not knowing you personally, your playstyle, your gearing situation, etc., I can't speak to that. But yeah, I mean, tanking, it's not like the easiest thing in the world for sure. I think anyone who says you can easily be doing 20s at 421 item level, that's just not true. And they're just being arrogant. So I would not agree with that. You were a tank yourself. You played more tanks for the same reasons? Yeah. Dungeon knowledge and trust in your friends, definitely. You're still using absolutely every cooldown, and you're getting absolutely cooked. I mean, I will say, if you're using every single cooldown on a plus 13, and you're still, I depends on what you're saying, absolutely cooked, right? Because as a tank, right, if you're not dying, you're fine, right? Like, obviously, there are certain cases where you could be mitigating maybe a little bit more damage, but at the end of the day, if you get through a dungeon and you did not die, yeah, you played well enough, right? I mean, it's definitely possible to have played worse, because I've definitely seen tanks fall over to, like, you know, a stiff breeze, right? So if you are getting through dungeons, even at 13, using your cooldowns, not dying, I mean, okay, cool. But you don't die, but there's a lot of terrifyingly close calls, I'm welcome to tanking. That happens. I mean, there's a lot of times, especially on higher content, where, you know, you do drop really low. At that point, there's too many variables for me to say for sure. Could just be that you have really bad healers. I generally think blaming the healer is not ideal, right? But if you are barely surviving, it could just be that the healer is not, like, really proactive about healing you. But, I mean, hey, at least you didn't die, right? So who knows? Or, I mean, as a warrior, I would say, generally speaking, shield block uptime is the hardest thing to master as a, like, new warrior player. Warrior is probably one of the harder tanks to play, especially in, like, higher-end raids and Mythic Plus, just because of, like, that resource management. Whereas something like Brewmaster, even, like, Prop Heli, like, keeping up 100% Shield of the Righteous uptime is far easier as a Prop Heli than it is to, like, maintain shield block properly. So, at a basic level, obviously, it's like, are you taking damage, press shield block, right? But then, you know, optimizing that is a little bit harder than, like, you know, Protection Paladins can fall asleep and maintain 100% Shield of the Righteous uptime. It's not hard. Vengeance DH, obviously, is another one of the more complicated tanks. Maintaining Demon Spikes uptime can be a little bit tricky, like knowing when to, like, bank a charge of Demon Spikes if you have, like, if you're in meta and you have Fiery Brand up on multiple targets, but you could probably save Demon Spikes for, like, the downtime after. Stuff like that. But Prot Warrior can be a little bit tricky compared to some other tanks to figure out. You don't know when to use shield block. I mean, the main time to use shield block, right? Yeah, definitely don't, like, try to keep it up as much as possible, because there might be some sort of build. I don't know if right now Prot Warriors have a 100% shield block uptime build. It's usually rare. You're usually going to have some downtime in shield block. So, a lot of times, if you're taking, like, damage that you just don't need to mitigate with shield block, like, for instance, what does shield block do? Shield block makes you block 100% of the attacks you're taking. I'm pretty sure that's the wording. I mean, I could check my warrior. We'll read the exact tooltip and see how it is. I can do that real quick before I end the stream. You know, you block all incoming attacks, and it, like, increases, I believe, your block value, and then it also gives you a damage buff to shield slam and stuff like that. So the main thing that shield block does is shield block defends you from auto attacks or, like, physical hits. that sometimes count as like blockable hits. A lot of damage cannot be blocked. So here, I actually already have my warrior copied over. A lot of stuff can't be blocked. So you can't, obviously you can spell reflect certain things, but you can't block spells as a warrior outside of spell reflect. Paladins can like partially block spells with Holy Shield, but warriors cannot. So if you're fighting a group that is primarily casters, and they are doing very little auto attack damage, well, you probably don't need to use shield block. Obviously, if you're not going to need shield block again, and you're taking at least some auto attack damage, don't sit on a charge. Like, never be sitting at 2 charges of shield block. At least try to have 1 rolling most of the time. If you absolutely know for a fact that you're going to really need high shield block uptime for an extended period of time, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, right? But sometimes maybe you can stay overcapped on charges if you're taking absolutely no damage and you know that you're going to need extended uptime on shield block, like in a few seconds, sit on charges, right? But yeah, so what does it do? Shield block, 30 rage, raises your shield, blocking all melee attacks against you for 8 seconds. These blocks can be critical blocks, increases shield slam damage by 30% while active. When it's about half and half, well, it depends. That's one of those things where dungeon knowledge matters. So if you are like fighting mobs that just technically are auto attacking you but do like basically no damage, well then you probably don't need to use shield block. Once again though, obviously if it doesn't hurt, like if you're not going to need it in 30 seconds, at least keep 1 charge rolling. But if it falls off and you still have 1 charge of shield block recharging, don't rush to put it back up as quickly as possible. That's why I say Prot Warrior is a little bit tricky, because like shield block is a little bit situational in terms of like when you want to keep it up. Obviously, ideally, maintain it as much as possible, but it's not like Protection Paladin where you just maintain 100% uptime on Shield of the Righteous. It's not like Brewmaster where you maintain 100% uptime on Stagger, or Shuffle specifically. You do have some downtime. You will inherently, unless you are... like I said, I don't know if the current build gives you 100% uptime. I don't believe it does. I'm pretty sure you are going to, at some point, have downtime on shield block. What's important is that when you do have shield block downtime, it is not a point where you are taking high physical damage. So either if like your co-tank is holding a boss in a raid, or in a dungeon if you're running in between pulls, right? So a lot of times in dungeons, you actually can have 100% shield block uptime when in combat. Maybe not on bosses, but if you have like 100% shield uptime on a pack, and then it takes you like 5 to 10 seconds to run to the next pull, there's a good chance that you will be able to then have 100% shield block uptime on that pull too. But it's hard, and then sometimes, maybe you'll want to let shield block fall off at the end of a pull when like most of the mobs are dead, so that you can let it recharge so that you're going into the boss fight with 2 charges of shield block ready to use. Like I said, this is all the stuff that comes with practice. I'm not like an insanely experienced Prot Warrior player. Prot Warrior I've played before, but like I've said, there have been some builds in the past where you do have 100% shield block uptime, and then you don't need to worry about it. And admittedly, that is my favorite time to play Prot Warrior, because I kind of hate the whole like maintenance of shield wall or shield block, right? I much prefer like the playstyle where you do just have it up 100% of the time. I think that's more fun. It's also easier, quite frankly. It lets you focus on other shit. But yeah, that is definitely a skill, especially in M+. Let's see. Yeah, Goose Comics had some good advice there. Obviously, yeah, talent choices. Prot Warrior, I would say, is one of the more... Do not use this build as a reference, right? I have not changed my talents since Vault of the Incarnates. This could be very wrong. But Prot Warrior, I distinctly remember, had some of the most build variety out of all of the tanks that I played. Brewmaster Monk has, like, 1 build. There is some variety in the final, like, 3 talent points that you spend. There's some people take Blackout Combo. Some people, like, run a few extra points on the right side of the tree and drop, like, a modifier for... Bone Dust Brew. 90% of the Brewmaster talent tree is completely set in stone. Same with Vengeance DH. Vengeance DH has like 1 or 2 points that are technically speaking flexible. In my opinion, not really. There is like one, at least on the class tree. Your the spec tree. Vengeance class tree has a bit more flexibility. You have a bit more like utility points that you can spend. Vengeance spec tree is like almost set in stone. I have seen some people make some very minor swaps, like other than Vengeance has a choice node between increased Feldev healing and Sigil of Silence. That's like one of the only options you have. If you don't need to silence anything, you take increased Feldev healing. That's like really it. A lot of the other nodes are pretty set in stone, and some people will run different builds. I guess technically speaking, in really high M+, you can also go with the Feed the Demon, Cheat Death builds, but that like really only is played in very, very, very high M+. And quite honestly, I think it is a worse build in all other scenarios. I don't even think it's one of those where, well, at least there's some merit to it. No, it is just worse than the traditional Frailty setup for any sort of like medium level M+ or any sort of raid environment whatsoever. Rot Warrior, back when I played it in Vault a little bit, had a decent amount of variety in terms of talents on what you would run on each boss. I actually remember frequently swapping talents in between bosses because that was sometimes required. So that is another good point Goose Comics made. Rot Warrior especially, there's going to be a lot of different things that you'll maybe want to tweak in terms of your talent usage, depending on the dungeon. Some dungeons may require a specific talent. Hard to say for sure. But definitely something to look into. Martin said... okay, Gamer Unknown said, the Surge Forward quest is now for everybody. So I guess that's just a brand new quest for literally everyone, specifically in 10.1.7. Interesting. I appreciate you testing that. That's good to know. Martin said, good night, thanks for the stream. It was a blast just to watch and listen after you do not play for almost 2 years. Really nice explanation. No problem. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. You started playing the game for the first time in 10.1 and only started tanking like 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, absolutely. You still have tons of time to learn. That's why you play Vengeance DH. You don't even need to think about talent choices. Yeah. That's one of the nice things about Vengeance and Brew. It's kind of why I like it. I don't really know about Prop Heli. I think Prop Heli is mostly set in stone in terms of the spec tree. I don't really think they have a ton of build variety. I think there's maybe a few talents. Like, I know Soaring Shield versus... well, I forget what the other option. It was like Soaring Shield or the one that makes it only hit a single target but for additional damage. So I guess Prop Heli does have a few differences depending on like single target AoE, some utility stuff in their spec tree. I guess definitely more than Brew and Monk off the top of my head. Other tanks, Guardian Druid, I've seen a decent amount of build variety on. I think like the fundamental core build for Guardian is the same, but like there are a few flex points that I've seen go in a few different spots, and I can see a justification made either way. So I guess Guardian has a bit of flexibility. I guess Blood DK is the only one I didn't talk about. Blood DK, I don't know, it's fucking weird. Blood DK, I think... there's a very clear survivability build and a very clear damage build. I think both of them have their merits in some cases, but I don't know. I also can't really comment enough on Blood DK. Anyways, yeah, we've caught up in chat. I've answered all the questions. So, I mean, if you have any further questions, right, obviously, like, shoot me a message in Discord or something. But that's it for today. You don't push super high-end, your goals portals for all current seasons? Yeah, exactly. Mine as well. I mostly care about raids, obviously, but for Mythic Plus, I also only really care about portals. Bean Soup said, thank you for the stream. No problem. Glad you guys enjoyed the stream. I will be here tomorrow. Whatever wins the poll, it hasn't been set in stone yet. I will finalize the results of the poll tomorrow, like close to the stream. Basically, whenever I need to start doing prep for it, tomorrow morning at some point. Right now, Fury Warrior has a solid lead, but Sub-Rogue isn't too far behind, so I would not rule it out. And then I will be doing an Elemental Shaman, I believe that's what I said, Elemental Shaman 40 to 60 run on Sunday, and then a decent amount of Classic Hardcore on Sunday as well. But anyways, that's it for today. Thank you all for watching. I will see you tomorrow and Sunday. Peace.